Anyway, I think I'll get started now. So today is, what is today? It is Saturday. Oh, it's August already. Oops. I forgot to tag onto the train yesterday, so good thing they didn't check me, I guess. But it is Saturday, August 3rd of 2019. And what I want to work on today is some stuff with pre-commit, both from the framework side and from the hook side. There was a flurry of activity this morning, which is a little bit strange for a Saturday. Oh, we're so close to 1,000. That's going to happen pretty soon. There was a flurry of activity on pre-commit hooks this morning. I have to comb through that and probably merge a bunch of things. But other than that, there's not too much there. I didn't do too much offline either since last stream, which was a week ago. I was super busy this week. I didn't really have time to stream in the middle of the week or even work on code all that much. But I worked on a couple of little things. Last stream we worked on my text editor, and I didn't finish committing it before I ended the stream. But I put some more stuff in the README, including how to quit it, but also just like some quick demo images of how it works today, and just for other people to look at. But as I was committing, I found a bunch of weird typing things in TypeShed, and then I went and fixed those. So a couple of them were fixing this getch function, which they originally had typed incorrectly, and so I fixed the types there. I also found a mistake in the error message of CPython, so I fixed that. And I fixed the type annotations for wide character get, which actually is pretty important for me to find, because wide character get makes it so that I can type Unicode characters, and they work. Actually, let me show that real quick. So if I grab my friend's Unicode Snowman, oops, that's not what I want. Oops. I have Babby alias to Nano right now, but if we type if we paste the Unicode Snowman, oh, why didn't that work? It was working before. Okay, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I thought it was working before, but I guess it's not working. Anyway, it's supposed to make Unicode characters work better. And maybe it is working, but I'm just like copying another character as well, and it's only showing that one. But anyway, I got that kind of working, but that was pretty boring, just like type annotation stuff. Hey, what's up, Juan? How's your Saturday going? What up, what up? Not much with me. A bunch of friends were in town, so I spent most of my evenings out at bars and stuff, which was fun. Hey, what's up, friend? How have you been? I'm actually gonna review your PR and merge it later today, so thanks for stopping by. Yeah. And what else did I do? Oh, I apparently there's a distribution of Linux where they remove hash functions which are insecure, such as MD5, and Tox was just like broken under that, so I fixed that. It ended up being a pretty easy pull request, and Tox doesn't really use this value, so it's fine to just blow it away anyway. So I did that, and one other little change to Deminit, which is a container init system. I changed how the build works, so you don't need root to delete files or clean files. So that's that. But jumping into things today, there's a pull request which fixes the build because the build is broken. By none other but Soren, who just followed the stream, and I want to see if I can do without Monkey Patch first, but let's jump into that. MD5 is kind of broken. SHA-1 is still kind of okay. I feel like isn't SHA-1 broken as well? Oops. SHA-1 considered unsafe. More than 6 years, the SHA-1 has been at death's door. Now it's officially dead. I convinced you to give Twitch a chance. Nice. Well, hopefully you enjoy the stream. Let's see. I always feel like I spelled people's names wrong. Did I get that right? I think I got that right. Or is it one S? Oh, you can fork from PyContribs. Okay, that makes it different then. What is PyContribs? PyContribs. PyContribs' main purpose is to assure that different Python-related projects remain maintained. You can use Hub PR checkout 123. Yeah, I've used Hub before. I feel like it helps me in some ways and also annoys me in others. But git checkout fix Azure. Do we use mock in this? We do, so it might make sense to use that instead of monkey patch. Let's see, git grep. Let me just make sure that this works first. I assume the patch works because we ran it on CI, right? Yeah, so it does work. I don't have GetLFS installed. Screw it. This is good enough. We'll merge this. I might go back and change it to not use monkey patch later, just because I don't particularly like this fixture because its scope is not well defined. In particular, like you run monkey patch here in this. Let's expand this. In this function here, and its scope lasts past even past this with statement, and even outside of this function until PyTest runs its teardown later, and so sometimes it's less well scoped than I would like it to be. And like the way that I would write this is with a with statement that sets and unsets, but it's pretty good. Like the way I would probably write this is with mock.patch.dict last environ home temp getter.stirpath. Probably do this instead, but either way it works, and this is good enough, so I'm gonna merge it. CI is mandatory, but always good to test locally. Yeah, I trust it, but I don't have LFS installed, so I'm not gonna bother trying to install LFS. The PyPI API responds with server-side Python tracebacks stringified on the body for some errors. That seems pretty bad. Usually you don't want to expose tracebacks to your users. Anime Lover Zero says, after getting a sense of students at my university, how do you think I fare between them? I feel like I've only met a couple students from your university, but I have met some graduates. But I also don't know enough about your strengths to rate you against them. Oh, I just spilled water all over my desk. Whoops. That's fine, it's just water. I go to class, I take notes, and I do the work early. Yeah, you'll be fine. But yeah, let me merge this and then we'll... Soren, you can rebase your branches. I have other people's branches to rebase as well. But so that fixes CI. This one needs a rebase, so let's see. Oops. Hey, what's up, Squeaky PL86? Speaking of, speaking of which, I have your PR open right now. Assuming you're the same. Just everyone's PRs in the chat today. I was going to rebase your branch, but if you want to do it, I'll let you do that as well, or merge or whatever. And you got a kitty cat. I'll just leave that one then, and this one we can close now that this was fixed. Fixed in 402/403. Oh, there's a cool new GitHub setting which I learned about today. Where is it? This button. The merge button. After pull requests are merged, you can have head branches deleted automatically. I wonder if we can access this from the API, because I would like to set this on every single one of my repositories. Or I wonder if there's a setting in GitHub settings. Developer settings? No. Repositories? Somehow I think that's not the right one. Oh. This is just a list of the size of all of my repositories. Huh. A few of these I have collaborators on. Interesting. Oh, they're all my private repos. Do I know a person named Cameron? I will save their last name. No, I don't know them. Water plus electricity is not good. Yeah, I did spill it on my phone, which is maybe not the best, but it's water resistant, right? Isn't that the thing where Samsung drops their phones in a tub of water on their commercial or whatever, and they're like, it's fine, look, no problems. Maybe there isn't a setting. Oh, it'd be nice if there's a global setting for that. But let's see if there's a setting in the API. GitHub API branches auto deletes. Will it be available on Enterprise soon? I guess I could check their blog post and see if there's a API. Anyone with admin can enable or disable automatic deletion of branches. Nope. Let's see. Would it be under the repository settings? Merging. Performing a merge. That's not what I want. I'll look at that later, whatever. But I would want there to be an API way to set this so that I have like 100 repos. I don't want to manually click through every single one of them, although I've done it before for other things like deleting wikis and such. But yeah, this one the patch looked fine except for the spit. But I want to hear from Lucas because he wrote the original hook, and I want to properly credit or whatever he wants to do. He was a streamer who went to Michigan for computer science, huh? What year did he graduate, Anime Lover? Unfortunately, I don't actually know too many people from Michigan that graduated in CS because I did the program in fewer years than you're supposed to, so most of the people that I met were not from my year. 2017 fall, yeah, that's I graduated in 2013, so it I didn't know many of the people from 2017. Hey, what's up, Toddy? How's your Saturday going? And Yoav, good to see you on the stream. The license is the same. Yeah, I figured as much, but I'd want to like mention where it came from and such. I'm not sure if Lucas is still active. Huh, let's see. Well, still commits in the last bunch of time. And his popular repositories are all pre-commit repositories. I don't know. I'll give him a chance to check it out. What do we see? Oh, we were working on some pre-commit hook stuff. Mostly getting some branches ready to merge. This one is just a little fix here. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of new commands you'll have. Making a Minecraft plugin with Bukkit in Java. Oh, I made a Minecraft plugin way back in the day. It was not a very good one, and it was not particularly fun to write because the Minecraft APIs are pretty awkward, and you're basically dealing with decompiled sources and everyone's guesses at what the functions are supposed to do. Oh, does the still command work without an argument? It really should require an argument. I could probably fix that. It's probably .star instead of .plus. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, it should require a message after it, probably. Oh well. But yeah, so what I wanted to work on today was a couple of things in pre-commit itself. I'll merge those PRs in here later. They look fine. The first one is for init templater, which is the new feature that I'm going to release in the next version of pre-commit. But Soren pointed out that there's one warning that shows up incorrectly, and so I want to make sure that that gets fixed. I can actually demo that. And then I'll show you how I put together a release. What is init templater? Oh, I guess I'll, we'll demo how it works then. We'll delete this real quickly. So, if I make a template directory, which is just completely empty, and workspace pre-commit VM bin activates. Oh right, there's no tab complete. Maybe I'll make tab complete for pre-commit someday. So what I can do is run init templater dot. So what I was saying, that's broken. Okay, let me fix that then. Init templater. I don't think init templater should require a Git repository. Yeah. So found another thing. Let's see. here. Okay. It should have given me a warning, right? Oh, it didn't give me a warning because it was the empty string. So that's another bug. I guess I'm finding all sorts of bugs with this. But this is what it should have complained about. As I was saying, this is what it should have complained about. Yeah, so it should have told me to run init templater. But anyway, what this does, and if I run this command, and then I initialize a Git repo, so let's say I git init foo, the Git hooks are automatically installed in this repo already. So I didn't have to run pre-commit install, it just automatically initialized them because Git used this directory as a template for setting up the contents of .git. You'll also notice that there's a little bit fewer things in .git because of this. Like if we this is gonna get a lot of output. But like these all come from the template, the default template dir. Wow, there's a what is FS Monitor Watchman? Did Facebook really get their stuff into? Wow. Huh. What does this hook do? Need MS Monitor. I just want to know what it does. FS Monitor Watchman. This hook is invoked when the configuration option core.fsmonitor is set to this. It takes two arguments, a version and the time elapsed. The hook should output to standard out the list of all files in the working directory that may have changed since the requested time. Oh, so this is kind of like an optimized way to make Git status faster or something? I don't know why you would... Seems a little over-engineered, and it lists a particular tool in the hook name, which is a little bit odd, but anyway, had not heard of that one before. But yeah, so that's what init templater does, but it has a few bugs, which we've just found. So I'm gonna try and fix some of those bugs before making a release. Yeah, it's for long pulling the file system, basically. So we fixed the first bug. Is there a test for this? No. I guess I didn't write a test for that before. Don't require Git for these commands. Yeah, didn't write a test. Oh well. This is fine. Test init template dir. How do these tests work? Oh, I didn't actually need this, maybe. Anyway, well, we'll see how this works. Target equals... Actually... Hey, what's up, UC Sorry, I always mispronounce your name, but I recognize your name. How's it going? How's your Saturday? Nice to see you in the stream again. I feel like I saw you in someone else's stream chat a while back. I could be wrong, but I feel like I did. Stream for 27 minutes. Yeah, I'm finally writing code. It's it's a half an hour in. Config files repo. Okay, that's fine. I was just wondering why we passed store into init templater, but I remember now because this calls install in a special way. Target equals dot. And this should always produce the warning that we expect because we did not set this. We have not set init.templatedir, so this should produce a warning. Hey, what's up, Emmanuel Paul? Thank you for the follow. Alright, so similar to the other tests, we're going to run init templater and then check the output that we get. And I think right now this will not include the warning, but it should be including the warning. So we should see 3 lines. I wanted to ask, have you ever deleted malware from Linux? No, I've never had malware on Linux. What's a templater? No, a templater is a default for Git. So if we look at git config, you can set init.templater, and what this does is when Git initializes a repository, it will use this to set up the .git directory. And so this allows you to automatically set up Git hooks without needing to run pre-commit install. So if like, so I set up this templater, which just has this hooks directory and this pre-commit file, which is a location agnostic hook script. So like this can be moved around. It's a little bit odd that it lists this full path, but it's fine. It has one slight difference from the normal pre-commit install in that skip on missing config is set to true by default. But if you initialize some directory or some Git repo and then commit, it will already start trying to run pre-commit. But in this case, there's no pre-commit config, so it skips it. But if we were to make one, and then commit, you'll notice that I never ran pre-commit install anywhere in here, but it's already using the pre-commit hooks, which is pretty cool. And And actually, we want to use this at work so that we can give our developers an easier way to opt into this, so that they don't have to remember to keep running pre-commit install. Because some of our developers are very, very forgetful about that. I mean, I'm forgetful about that as well, which is why I have this like terrible prompt command solution for it, which works well enough for... Oh, actually, I've turned it off on this computer. Right, because we were testing this last stream. Bash RC. Yeah, I turned it off, but I had this prompt in this file. Yeah, so I had a prompt command that would do if git is a directory and pre-commit is not executable. Oh, sorry, git hooks pre-commit is not executable, and there exists a pre-commit config.yaml, and the pre-commit executable exists, then it would run pre-commit install automatically. It's a little bit roundabout, but this was the way I was automatically doing this before. Our developers are very focused. Squirrel. That's funny. I like it. But anyway, yeah, so this should produce a warning, but I think it's not producing one today. Oh. Store is not defined. Indeed, it is not defined. Cool. Wait. That's not what I expected. What? Do I maybe have to blank this variable? Yeah, probably. No. Not unset. Let's try empty string. Because it's picking up my global configuration. Ugh. How do I make git not use my global configuration? Git ignore global config. I feel like I looked this up last stream and didn't find anything. Can't, because it just gives me git ignore stuff. Ah. That's annoying. So if I kill this from my git config here, it'll pass that test. Or it'll successfully fail. I guess I should recommend to some of my colleagues to watch your channel. Not all of them are used to writing tests along code. Oof. I mean, I like writing tests. I think they're useful. In this case, I'm trying to get the test to fail first. Unfortunately, it's dependent on my environment, which will be annoying because I think I'll start using this template dir setting, and then the test will fail if that's set, which is gross. How did I make these ones not do that? I don't know what I'm gonna do here. I wonder if I set the home dir that it'll know better. Could try that. Set home to tempter. Git config global init temperature temp temperature. Let's see if that test still fails. I need to run all three of them. Let me just run the one that matters. Okay. that seems to work. Set home to ignore the current git config. Okay, so let's fix this. Commands init template dir. And I think what's happening here is if I remove this, it should crash now. Cool. Okay, so if this fails, that means that this template dir is not set at all, and not equivalent to the empty string, which is what's happening right now. So qdid equals os.path.realpath, and I know this is wrong, realpath. We'll have to fix this. This is actually the GitHub issue that I have open. We'll fix this realpath call in a bit, but I know it's wrong, but I want to write a test for it before then. Actually, this should be configured path equals none, otherwise configured path is this. Okay, so that should fix the test now. So what we're doing here is if this call fails, then we know that it is not configured, and so none will always be different than the real path of the current directory. But if it's successful, then it'll run this else block and it'll real path this output. And we'll fix the expand user. We'll fix that with expand user in a sec. Okay, so that should work now. Let's see if all the other tests still pass. Why is that one slow? What is it doing? Oh, it's actually running a hook. I see. That's why it's slow, because it has to set up all of the installation metadata and do all that jazz. I guess it's not super slow. Like, what is the durations? Is that what it is? Max? Oh, durations 3. Or I could run it with -v. Okay. So this takes exactly 1 second. On that run. This time it was slightly slower. Anyways, okay, so that fixes the first part of it. Let me commit these separately. Init template dir fixes. Allow init template dir to be called outside of Git. Don't treat unset init.templatedir as the current directory. And then, oops. It fixed my imports for me, yay! Okay, and then we have to handle the actual issue, which is this one here, in that if you have it set to a expandable path, which Git supports this, but Precommit currently doesn't handle this. So just as a demo of this, git config global init.templatedir /templatedir. Oh, I have to do this in quotes. Because otherwise, if you put this in a shell, the shell is going to expand that path. This ~/ it'll substitute it with this. And so I don't want this string in my config. I want my get config to have the actual tilde here, which works fine with Git. Template dir Yeah, so this is the error that we were seeing before, this is the warning that's in that issue, where it's complaining about init templater being unset, even though it's set with a tilde. Is there a default config for precommit, or is it generated differently every time? There's some slight differences, but most of it is the same. I assume you mean the generated script. The only things that are different are these, these 4 lines right here. But the rest of the script is essentially constant. It changes occasionally, like version to version, but for the most part, it's the same. I really should put the pre-commit version in here. That might be nice, but I haven't found a use for it yet, so I haven't done that yet. And I should maybe stop using distutils.spawn, but actually I think I need that until Python 2 goes away. Yeah. Yeah, once Python 2 goes away, I can get rid of that, I guess. But yeah, other than that, these 4 bits are the only thing that changes. So if you have a custom configuration file, you can configure that when you run precommit install. You can also change which hook type runs. This causes this script to react slightly differently. Yeah, like it does some stuff with standard in, with pre-push hooks. What else does it do? Awesome. Yeah, this is one of the inconsistencies that I wish I would have fixed at some point. A lot of the constants in pre-commit, like half of the constants use the word pre-commit, the other half use commit. Or some of them use pre-push and the others use push. And so I wish I would have fixed that at some point, but I didn't. But here, depending on what hook it is, it'll run different arguments against the executable. So it'll use, for the commit hooks, it'll use commit message file name. For pre-commit itself, it uses no arguments. And for pre-push, it has to compute some arguments, which it does up here with this kind of gnarly function here, which I don't completely understand. Someone else wrote this bit of code, and I actually don't use the pre-push hook all that much. Although I suggest it to people at work, and they seem to be happy with it. So shrugs. Don't really know how it works. All I know is there's some cases where it does some really non-ideal stuff, like run against every single file, even though maybe not all of the files you're pushing are relevant. Oh yeah, man, this was a crazy bug. They accidentally changed how the subprocess module calls work, and it caused the cleanup code of the process class to always immediately sigkill the child. There's a whole long explanation for this, but my workaround is to not use subprocess.call and to just use subprocess.popen, which is pretty great. But they fixed it in 3.7, I guess. Which was also weird because I was showing my friend this bug and he's like, I can't reproduce it. It works fine for me in Python 3 and Python 2. But they were using 2.7 and 3.7. Use it because I don't use it. That's kind of true. If I can get other people to try out the code for me, that's less that I have to work super hard at understanding how it works. But hopefully they use it, report bugs, and then it gets better over time. I think I must have messed up my volume settings on OBS, so hopefully this isn't super loud, but it's been peaking my microphone the whole time, so Oh well. I did a sound test before the stream and it sounded fine, so maybe it'll be okay. I don't know. If not, I'll fiddle with the mic after stream, probably. Sound is okay? Well, okay, then I'll just leave it. But yeah, this script is essentially constant, except for these values up here. My friend's server is under attack by a malware, miner, and brute force. I feel like... Let's see, 192.168.1.1. Oh, is this admin? No? What is the password on this? Must be that. Come on, router. Why would you enable circle with Disney? What the fuck is that? No? Where's the logs? Oh, I need to be in advanced mode. Security. No. I don't know, but I feel like oh, here we go. There's usually like blocked packets in here from like attempts from oh, this is usually more filled with blocks, but this is just like MAC address stuff. Weird. But yeah, often I'll see like log lines in here from random attackers trying to hack my machines. Often from Russia or China, but yeah, it happens, I guess. Oh, the malware is already on the machine, so you're already compromised? That's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had malware on Linux. It's possible that I had, and I just don't know. But yeah, so the goal is to fix this here. I'm not quite sure. Oh, it's on a DigitalOcean server. Why don't you just blow the server away and start over from scratch? Like, can't you just like rebuild the machine and be fine with that? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like if you can't reproduce your infrastructure setup, there's probably a problem. But get your important data off of there. Hopefully it's in version control somewhere, and just shut down, provision a new box. Oh no, that's what I would do. Oh, it persists even with that? Wow. That's not good. There's some bash scripts which appear. Seems really bad. Is this server like running like WordPress, or like how's the server configured? Okay. Oh, it's WordPress? Yeah. And WordPress has just been, WordPress CVEs. I feel like WordPress is one of those that just always has CVEs. Yeah, like 300 CVEs to WordPress since 2004. Including like 40 code execution, 100 XSS. It's kind of wild. Docker, because Docker fixes all bugs magically. I like Docker, but I also don't think it fixes all bugs. WordPress is well known for being rock solid, unhackable. Oh, I guess only chat saw that, but I utilized the new chat command. WordPress in 2019. Yeah, I'm mature and sane. Okay, so how do I want to test this? I think I want to make expand path or expand user result in the same path for both of them. I don't know why I used a Git directory up here. Actually, before I fix this, let me figure out if I use not a Git directory here. Oh, I do need, because I'm making a config change. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. I just realized I'm not using this fixture, so I should just delete that. Does it still pass? It does. I screwed up 100 times in rebasing and messed up the remotes, but I finally rebased. Oh, sorry. I could have just done it for you if you wanted me to. But we can merge that then. Cool. Did I give you your cat already? No, I didn't. Here's your cat. Oh, this is a different PR, so you open and closed a new one. That works too. Wait, it didn't give you a cat. Hold on, we gotta give you a cat. There we go. Now you get a kitty. Or a dog. Or a Pikachu. You got the kitty. Nice. My Git is not fluent. I'm a Mercurial guy. Ah, I see. I'm a... I don't really like Mercurial. I think it's okay. Like, it gets the job done. It works well in certain settings. I'm just really bad at it. And I came from SVN and then Git, and so, like, those models make way more sense to me. And Mercurial is a little special for me. But this works. Cool. Thanks for the patch. Git pull dash rebase is cool. Yeah, I think I use it occasionally. I still tend to prefer git rebase dash I always, and just like manually doing this. But I don't know. That's just me. The git CLI confuses me. The same commands that do very different things. Yeah, the git CLI is pretty trash. I don't particularly like it myself. A check toml hook. I wonder... Is this the library that's being used? No. Pipeguy.org p toml. Get some. Is this the more official one? I don't even know. But it would be kind of cool if this had a pre-commit hook directly in it. Let's see, when's the last time someone committed on this? Merge work on preserved comments. Oh, that seems good. That seems pretty powerful. I feel your pain. I used Mercurial for a good number of years still. I'm glad one of them won. I'm not sure that Git has completely won yet. It's definitely winning. But I think Mercurial will stick around for a while. And unfortunately, like CVS and SVN and Perforce and all those others will still live on, sadly. Oh, they typoed coverage RC. So this file's doing nothing. RIP. Unless they typoed it in 2 places. No. Whoops. Anyway. Yeah, this patch looks good. Oh, they changed how the viewed button works. Now it has text here. Before it was just a little eyeball icon. It's a little buggy. Whatever. Looks good. I want to double check the TOML module. I'll do that later to figure out like which TOML module we should be using, because I don't remember which one's which, and from what I saw, they're both 0 version, so it's just gotta figure out which one's the right one. And I'm gonna wait for Lucas to reply on this one, but otherwise it looks good. Well, assuming you fixed the thing that I told you to fix. You didn't fix the thing. Okay, and it doesn't look good. You need to fix that still. And this one, I don't think they ever fixed this patch, but I can help them fix this later. And then the other patches, this one is being superseded, and this one doesn't work in Python 2, so I can't do that. Things in progress, but I'm slower as I'm watching the stream. Yeah, that's fair. That's completely fair. Cool. Okay. Did I save it in my paste buffer? No, I didn't. Test init template dir expand user tempter factory store capouts. Basically, we want to copy this test and do this, and we're gonna pretend that this is gonna be a hard test to, because we have to fake essentially that this path results in this temporary directory. Kappa out, yeah. Yeah. If only it were Kappa out, but it's not. Oh, YouTube, yes, I'm still listening to your musics. So, actually, I could probably... Actually, why do I need this CWD here? Couldn't I just do this? No, that doesn't make this shorter. So I wrote this wrong. It should be this. Okay, so this test should fail. Commands init templater. -k expand user. Have you considered switching to Windows Subsystem for Linux 2, the lightweight hypervisor on Windows, not the emulation on Win32 APIs that WSL1 is? It's pretty cool. They just shipped new kernel in the latest update that lets you access Linux localhost from Windows seamlessly. Oh, that's pretty neat. I actually haven't tried using Windows Subsystem for Linux. I'm actually using VirtualBox for this. So this is actually VirtualBox. But yeah, I am on Windows. It's all an elaborate ruse. This is actually a Windows machine. This is it's a trap. But I've changed how my stream layout is so that you don't see the title bar of VirtualBox anymore. Although you can still kind of tell that this is Windows. Although, can you? Well, I guess these are like very specific. Oh, you can't see those. Okay, perfect. the only like tell would be the close, maximize, minimize buttons, and you can't see those because they are behind my face. So I can almost get away with people not knowing that I'm using Windows. Which is funny because most of chat is usually like, why are you using Nano? Why are you using Windows? Why are you using VirtualBox? Hey, what's up, Beastco? Windows only when you are forced to. I mean, yeah. At work I use entirely Linux, except when I'm forced to use macOS, and then I'm very sad. But I don't know, I like Linux for doing development. I like Windows for my day-to-day like internet browsing and video games and such, and so that's why I split between those. Why are you using computer? Good point. Why computer? So I need to use expand user and then real path, because expand user will just give me the path with this expanded, and then real path will give me the symlink destination. So that should fix this test. It's kind of a not great test because it's very much like testing the implementation, but I can't think of another way to validate that. I use Ubuntu for everything. Well, that's pretty nice. Oh, I was at my friend's house yesterday and he uses this really weird distro of Linux called Solus, I think it's called. And he was talking to me about it. He's like, I like new software and their package manager is pretty up to date. And he's like, I was using Arch and they had a few packages that I didn't, or they had a few packages that were missing. And I was like, so you switched to an operating system that invented their own package manager that, why does this look like shit? What is wrong here? Why did they break their icons? The Thunderbird one looks fine. But what have they done here? Do I have a weird zoom level? No. Oh, it only works at higher zoom levels. Oh wait, now it's fixed. What? What? You guys saw that, right? You saw that. It was messed up. This one's still messed up, right? Yeah. They're a different size every time I refresh. What is going on here? Yeah, look, it's so weird. I wonder if it's a bug in just Chrome. Let's see what we get in Firefox. Seems to... Oh, nope. Definitely still a bug in Firefox also. It's wild. Oh well. Nobody here mentioned iTerm, alone a reason for using macOS. iTerm's pretty nice. I've used it before. Arch with GPU pass through when I want a game. Oh, yeah, that would work. Makes sense. I use Linux for 10 years, but Microsoft rocks it. Sorry. I still use Linux inside Windows. I mean, that's my setup. But anyways, this operating system, they've invented their own package manager, and it looked really nice. Like, you was playing around with stuff, and it seems good. It uses the GPU well. The graphics drivers seem to work well. I don't remember where I was going with, but other than I was just like, you switch from a distro that has a bajillion packages to one that has not very many because you couldn't find a package you wanted. But, I don't know. And then he just runs everything in Docker, so it doesn't make any sense anyway. Although apparently it supports snaps, which is Ubuntu's new thing, which I haven't played with at all. But I don't know why Chrome does that. But the basic idea behind snaps is they give you a lightweight, containerized way to run applications or something. I don't know. 10 minutes reading. I don't have time for that. You should try the Docker official documentation, see what that sidebar takes 100%. Oh. Yeah, the Docker docs are often like pretty bad about their sidebar. Oh, they kind of fixed it. It used to be worse. Oh, at least like it's now responsive. It used to be just like this would glitch out and like you would have to like underflow and it'd be all sorts of messed up. Oh, you posted an image. Is this what I was talking about? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen this before. Where it's just like, I'm gonna take the whole screen for the sidebar. Which is awesome. I use Arch, but probably Bedrock Linux will be better eventually. Oh, the project, yeah. I need to make more commands, Beastco. But what I'm working on right now is Precommit, which is a GitHooks and linter runner framework thing that I created. The basic idea behind Precommit is you set up a configuration which lists some like tools and fixers and linters that you want to run, and then it knows about GitHooks and how to install them and all that other stuff, and we'll run them automatically for you. And it's kind of it's a I don't know, it changes how I've been developing, mostly in that it's incredibly convenient to install a bunch of tools quickly and manage them without having to worry about creating a bunch of virtual envs all over the place and doing all that sorts of stuff. And like I can just like turn my brain off and not think about like imports or commas or double quotes or all that stuff, and it just kind of does all that for me. And I'm working on a particular feature for it called init templater, which makes it easier to automatically install the GitHooks portion. But I found like 3 bugs with it while just playing with it and demoing it, so I'm working on the 3rd bug. Actually, I think I just finished fixing the 3rd bug, and so this issue will be finished. Although I labeled it "Get Good First Issue" because I was pretty sure it was just like a 1-line change, and sure enough, it was just a 1-line change plus a test. I want to make a release today, so we're gonna do that. Test commands init templater test. Just make sure this is still working. Resize horizontal to make it narrow. Reported multiple times and then nothing. Yeah, it doesn't surprise. I was just putting that in my work repositories to end endless formatting wars. Yeah, we had a similar thing at Lyft where like I made a PR to someone's repository and they were like, "You should put a comma here," and I'm like, "Fuck you! I'm gonna add a formatter to your code base, and then you're never gonna mention this to me again." Or someone was like, "Oh, I prefer single quotes over double quotes." Cool. Here's a formatter that changes everything to single quotes instead of double quotes, and it's great because then those things don't happen in code review. There you can basically just focus on fixing architectural and code problems instead of nitpicking about style and import order and all those other things. Oh, nice. I'm stuck on SVN at work, but I use Git SVN stuff so I can at least work with Git locally. Nice. Yeah, that's a bummer about SVN. I remember my SVN times back in the day. I remember I worked at a company and I was like a super cheap college kid to the point where I didn't want to pay for internet in my apartment. And so SVN is a centralized model, so in order to commit, you have to have access to the remote server. And so I would go home from work, and sometimes I would continue working on work stuff because, I don't know, it was fun, and I was working on projects that I thought were pretty interesting, and so I was okay taking my free time and like hacking on them, making them like slightly better, slightly more efficient or whatever. But I would like hack on them in my bedroom, and then I would be like, shit, I have to commit. And so I would bike with my laptop to the school library, make a commit, and then bike home. Just because I didn't have internet. But yeah. Soren says, adopt Black for Python. I don't myself like Black, but the idea behind Black is good. GitHub PSF Black. Black is a very, very opinionated code formatter. There's things that I don't agree with it, but that's fine. If you want to use Black, that's awesome. And it's super good for eliminating arguments about formatting. And you can use Black with pre-commit. Actually, that was one of the first things that Lukasz reached out to me about Black, was like, hey, I know about pre-commit. How do we make Black work well with it? And we set up some stuff in the initial commits to make that work pretty well. But yeah, like one of the first 100 issues on Black were adding support for pre-commit. And in fact, Black itself uses pre-commit to validate itself, so it's a little dog foodie. It will be quicker and less embarrassing to fix them locally. I wish I could put this in like every contributing.md file that I've ever written. Hey, what's up, Mindful Fox? Hi, Mr. I deploy on Fridays. Yeah, I did deploy some stuff on Fridays. But it was good things to deploy on Friday, right? What was it? It was where are those things? Oh, I uploaded Python 3.8 beta 3 to Dead Snakes, and I released Flake8 doc strings, which I was recently added. What is going on here? In fact, that is what that GIF said. Yeah, I was added as a maintainer to Flake8 doc strings because Ian has been kind of a little burned out on open source, which is fine. It happens. But I offered to like assist in maintaining, and I fixed a particularly gnarly bug that caused it to break with the latest version of PyDoc style. So it's a pretty easy fix, but it was in fact this is Ian. But I was able to fix that, which is pretty nice. But I deployed both of these on a Friday, which well, some people judge me for that, but I feel like if you're gonna deploy, why be afraid of deploying? I guess I don't know. But also, I saw this last night, which is pretty cool. Apparently, Nina, who's at Microsoft, right? Yeah, Microsoft. Yeah, gave a presentation about using breakpoints and had a cool little shout out for pre-commit in there. Apparently she uses it, so that's pretty cool. It's a pretty solid endorsement. I'm happy about that. I have no strong opinions on style like tabs or spaces as long as it's consistent. Yeah, it's a good good attitude towards that sort of thing. Juan asks, how do you feel about the walrus? I will show you how I feel about the walrus. I really do not like the walrus operator. I think there are like very few cases where it improves code readability, and some of them are like actually an improvement on code readability. But I think it will get used more for making code completely unfucking readable. This is a perfect example of a place that you should never use the assignment expression, because it makes this code way harder to understand what's going on. Like this should just be a line here, and it should just be return y squared y to the third. There's no reason for doing this. Like absolutely no reason for doing this. And apparently enough people agree with me on this. I thought it was kind of funny because the original tweet has like 48 likes or something like that. Okay, it has 50 now. But I almost have half as many for me being like, fuck this is dumb. I don't know. I really don't like that. I'm actually thinking of making a Flake8 plugin, which is just like called Flake8 assignment expressions, which just like marks every single one of them and just says no. Actually, let's see how hard that would be to do. Get init Flake8 wait, what are they called? Assignment expressions. Let me clone another plugin I've written. GitHub Flake8 type. Wait, what is it? Typing imports? Yeah. Actually, CP Flake8 typing imports. This here. Oh boy. So there's a bunch of plugin stuff here, which I don't need. Walrus culling plugin, yeah. Yeah, Toddy, that returns, let's see. So f of x returns x plus 1. So f of x is 101, and then y gets assigned to 101. And so the first element of this list is 101, and then the second element is 101 squared, and then the third one is 101 to the third. So yeah, it's like super confusing. Super confusing. Because it's essentially a side effect in an expression, which is man gesturing no. Which is one of my new favorite emojis. Yeah, man gesturing no. Wow, this guy looks like he's seen some shit. Huh. I agree, it looks confusing. Oh, there's also a whole bunch of drama around it. 572 drama. So, etc., blah, blah, blah. Essentially what happened is they made this PEP, and I want to say majority or like almost all of the core developers were against adding this to the language because it improved code in like very few situations, but also like made a bunch of cases where it's pretty awful and like doesn't make things better. And so like most of the core devs were like, no, we shouldn't do this. This is a bad idea. It doesn't improve Python. It's like one of the reasons why Python doesn't allow assignments and if statements is because they're confusing and like a wart in C and other languages like that. And so everyone's like, no, this will never ship. And then Guido like forced the PEP through, and everyone's like, what the fuck, mate? Why did you do this? Like, unpopular pep. Why are you forcing this through? And then like he got so much backlash that he just stepped down because like he didn't want to deal with that. But like, oh man, what a mess that was. But now we have to live for it forever. Live with it forever. Okay, let's see. Python 3 AST. What is the name of the What is the name of the new assignment expression? So these are statements. So we want expressions. Formatted value, attribute, subscripts. Oh, they have not updated the docs yet. Well, I guess I can make a CPython contribution. Let's see. What? Let me just make a file with one in it. Is it this? Oh boy. Named expert. I guess that's what the assignment expression is. Oh, it is here. It's right up at the top. What am I doing? Self dot sign expers dot appends no dot line number no dot column offset. Which is a list of tuples of ints. Plugin name version min Python version would be 3.8. Oh, we don't need that. Don't need this as well. Don't need to parse options. Need the tree, and then we run. And we can get rid of most of this. For line column, what is K supposed to be? We don't need that. In visitor dot sign expers yield line column. This is the message that I used. Oh, it's gone. Do not use assignment expressions. Type self. Playgate typing. Oh. This should not be called this. This should be called assignment expressions. Shoot. You would think I would know how to use Flykegate, given I maintain it. Is there a way to... Oh, I have to actually install it. Which forbids the walrus operator. This only works in 3.8. Oh, I need to put a code in my assignment expression. Oh. So message equals this down here. I'll catch up on chat. Let's see. I don't understand why they chose to call it named expert. Yeah, that seems like a bad name to me as well. I would have called it assign expert myself. It's kind of a weird name. What's a good use of an assignment expression? I can show you one. Let's see. How far back do I have to go on Twitter to find this? I was trying to make like a... is this how I can view this? Or is this gonna just be memes? Where's the media box? There used to be a thing. Maybe I have a screenshot somewhere. Hey, what's up, Miraculo H3? Thank you for the follow. But like one example that I've seen that's useful is... say we like made a really bad HTML matcher. Is this how this works? I don't know. Well, we don't even care. We don't care about the end tag. We'll just match an opening tag. So this should match things like a foo or whatever. And you can do like if match is equal to reg.match. Let's just make it the argument we pass in. Match is equal to that, then you can do print match dot group else print no match. So this is like one example where it seems okay to use. So if we run this with let's say foo, you get no match, but if we do a foo, you'll get the match. And so like the way you would write this otherwise is you would have to do match equals reg.match. And then you would do if match. Which like, I don't know. This seems about as good as this. There's a couple examples in the PEP about more complicated cases where I don't need to look at the drama. There's a couple examples in the PEP that show some other useful cases. Here's essentially the same thing, but with multiple regular expressions. This is exactly the same thing that I was just talking about. This one seems kind of nice because usually you have to do like initialize check process update for a while loop, but you can just do your initialize and update in the body or in the condition. Those fuckers. I see where this came from now. This is exactly the same code that's in the pet. Like right there. Hey, what's up, Mosex? Thank you for the follow. See, this is where it gets to a point where it's like, this is kind of hard for me to understand at a glance what it's doing. But anyway, I don't know. I think there's very few cases in my opinion. Oh, we already applied? You already replied? Cool. Let's see what he says. Is there an official position on the pre-commit core devs, aka me? Yeah, how do I want to respond to this? Actually, let me finish my current tangent. Let me get this Playgate plugin working, even though I no longer like the name here. We're gonna call it assign expers. No, it's fine. This is fine. PyFlex failed with... What failed? Why? Oh, PyFlex doesn't understand named expressions. Let's see if we can fix PyFlex. Or maybe someone already fixed it. Surely someone already fixed it, right? Nope. Okay. Let's fix PyFlex then. PyCQA PyFlex. OMG, my favorite hacker is back. Hey, what's up, King Mihai? You weren't here last week, were you? I know you were here like 2 weeks ago. Does vStinner have a good set of examples? Oh yeah, I remember this PR was pretty nifty. There were some cases where it was like kind of harder to read, but a lot of them were better. Bruno apparently changed his mind. I don't like it. I still don't like it. PyFlex test. Was it here? Test checker. I'm surprised no one else has added this yet, which is a little bit weird. Test Py38 node types. Test that the PEP 572. Is it 572 or 527? I always mess this up. 72. Node types are collected. Oh wait, this is not what I want. It's not at all what I want. This is about type annotations. Typeable visitor. I wrote all this code. Okay, so that's not what I want. Oh, here we go. Test other. Yeah, this is what I want. Where's the link to that tweet? Which one? The one where I complain about stuff? This one? Here, there's that one. I still don't understand how PEP 572 is so controversial. You mean like why some people don't like it? If you push this to GitHub, you would get to Reddit front page pretty quickly. Yeah, probably. Yeah, they usually don't backport syntax changes like this to earlier versions, so this will be Python 3.8 only. Oh yeah, and there's the vStinner tweet as well. Python 3.3 only. Hey, what's up, Rodney Santana? Thank you for the follow. Alright, here we go. This is where we want to put things. Get if version info is less than 3.8. New in Python 3.8. Def test assign expr. Test pet 572 assignment expressions are treated as usage / write. Is that too many characters? No, we're good. Y equals 5, X, actually, yeah, so that should, this should be successful despite being weird. Python 3.8. And we have a failing test. Cool. Assign equals handle children. Only bind the targets of the assignment, otherwise... How does this work? Actually, maybe I don't need... I can just do that. Maybe that'll make the test pass. Named expert. Not named assign, like I would expect. Named expert. Oh, this is not a statement type node. This is an expression type node. Named expert. An expression is a statement type node, of course. Okay, that works. 572. Do we test against 3.8? We test against nightly, which is presumably 3.8. Git commit. Add support for PEP 572 assignment expressions. So a bit of a tangent, but let's fix PyFlakes. Okay, so I added named expr, which is the node type that we just found. And we added a simple test that made sure it targeted this assignment and marked the imported value as used. I don't know how someone has not already done this. Well. Oh well, it's me now. But if we install our version of PyFlakes, then we can run flake8 on t.py, and oh, I overwrote my t.py. Oh, well, it's still correct though. What is e? Oh, this is the Py code style changes. What? It didn't actually upgrade. There we go. But I don't know if that other patch got merged yet. It did not. I tend to follow these projects pretty closely because flake8 is a thin wrapper around PyCode style and PyFlakes, and so I often have to either fix stuff or contribute here, and it's useful for me to figure out what else is going into these patches. Did I +1 this? I feel like I should have. Well, they just didn't fix the thing that I told them to fix. Russian strings are not valid. Did I +1 this though? Yes. So we gotta add this guy's patch. Let me copy our username. PR/pep. PR/pep 572. Okay, cool. Should I change this to be like Walrus 001? I don't know if there's a limit on the length of these. I should probably know the answer to that. Or like WRS. Oops. What do we use any for? Type any. Oh, I see. Keep it ASN. Okay. What else do we need from here? CP. Indicate typing imports. We need Azure pipelines. We need license, readme, age, sex, name. Should it be ASL then? Setup.cfg, setup. Oh, we don't want to copy those. We already edited those. And talks.ini and test2 dot. You just need to figure out what the N is in the acronym. Anthony Satilli N. BDSM 001. Yikes. Yeah, what would the N be? Anthony Satilli, no! Oh boy. Tests, right. Okay, so I can just reuse this code, which is good. Don't need any of this. Instead of typing in ports, we have assignment expressions. Test, okay. Assert, not results, empty string, or test trivial. Test normal, assignment, okay. Assert not results. X5. Test assignment expression. Not okay. Print. Assert results is equal to 1 at colon 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe? I don't remember what the verbiage is, but we'll high test it up, and it'll tell us result is not found. Alright, it's results. Go sucks 001. Anthony Satilli N pre-commit. The N is silent. I like it. Sold. Yoav has a good point here. I should do I don't even know if I can do unpackings. Is that a syntax error? Yeah. But I should have done it as an assignment expression just to be super cheeky. Actually, we should... Ooh. How can I make this, like, super awful looking? I want to, like... I want to make this test look completely unfucking readable. With assignment expressions. Oh, did you guys see my code golf? With assignment expressions? It's pretty good. It's pretty silly. How far back was that? Oh, you guys remember the 10x.engineer stuff? That was a roller coaster. So let's control F golf. I found it. Okay. So this assignment expression here, lambda n set a to 0 and b to 1 plus the list c blah 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 blah. Anyways, what this assignment expression lambda thing does is gives you the first n Fibonacci numbers. and it does it in linear time, which is sad but amazing. But like I said, only useful for Code Golf. Also, the Code Golf solution to this is shorter. The actual Code Golf is like this many characters and uses recursion, and it's pretty slow. But this is at least this is the fastest linear solution you can do in the shortest number of characters. At least I think. Not sure. Pretty sure. But anyway, there's another example of why they're not good ideas. So this only works in Python 3.8. And Preakman is not going to work on this because Flag8 doesn't work on this. So this might be one of my few projects where I just don't have linting. Oh no, it'll work fine because I don't actually use any assignment expressions. Yeah, we're fine. License is fine. This will need to be updated. And I'll need, I think I bumped the version there. 16. Oh, I need to generate this. That's what's kind of annoying about Azure Pipelines, is you need to know what build ID you're going to be. Sarcastic Dante, you missed half the stream again. I've been started earlier for you, friend. You should set up the Google Calendar notifications. How mad are people going to be when I make this? Flag8 plugin which checks that typing imports... Oh, this is false still. I gotta use Walrus operator in the description so that I get that sweet SEO. Rational, lol. Node configuration as a Preakman hook. So I could change how this works and get it to run in older versions, maybe? Maybe? How would that work? Let's try and get it to work in older versions. So that this can be properly Mimi. And I think I can do that with the tokenization. Oh no, but then like the rest of Flag8 will crash. So never mind. Not worth fixing. What a stupid project. I need to figure out the build definition ID. Let's see, acetilly.visualstudio.com. This will tell me what my build definitions are. The one thing I really don't like about Azure Pipelines is it's very, very clicky. Recent folders. Oh, they're not sorted in any way. So I just have to, like, guess. 24. That's a big number. $25. That one might be the newest one. Yeah, okay, so this will be 26. Maybe you need to build ncurses front end to it. Yeah, probably. Hey, what's up? No sleepin'. That's how I'm pronouncing your name. No sleepin'. Thank you for the follow. What was I doing? 23 becomes 25. Wait, is that what I figured out? That 25 was the latest one? Oh, it needs to be 26. What should I rename the project to, like, Flake8 No Walrus? Because I feel like someone could legitimately make a plugin that actually encourages assignment expressions, and this would be Yoav asks, what happened to the phrase that I used to say after every follow? I was watching one of my videos and it felt, I don't know, like I genuinely appreciate everyone that follows me, but the way it came across is it sounded kind of condescending in a way, so I've changed that, I guess. I should Google to see assignment expression versus walrus. Okay, Python walrus. We have a million results. This is 6 million results, but it's also probably like, Flake8 de-walrusify. You can improve it later to change its behavior and make it more intelligent. No, I'm pretty sure I'm never going to work on this ever again. I think this is just going to be a one-off meme. Rationale, hi Reddit. It's just like this file name is so long and the name is so long. It's just, I don't know. Oh, I forgot to copy all the files. Like the pre-commit config. That one seems important. Rationale YOLO. Rationale, keep Python simple. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's why I won't use it. Yoav says, good night, Anthony. Enjoyed a lot of your stream and starting early. Have a good weekend. Yeah, you have a good weekend too. Thanks for stopping by. This is right about the time when I would normally start, so I see why you wanted me to start earlier. Makes sense. Maybe you could improve it later to forbid use outside of loops and inside ifs. Yeah, but like, why not just forbid it everywhere? Oh, your week starts tomorrow. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember now. Cool. Well, have a good week then. Let's see. It's fine. Let's at least update to the latest version. These all look fine. good. Pre-commit will tell me whether that one looks good. We already read over this. Let's make sure that Tox actually succeeds, because we didn't actually try that. I have so many emails. It's mostly Soren. Alright, the test pass, and the coverage is 100%. Cool. Just gonna not look at my email, even though I see the number 7 out of the corner of my eye. Telling me I need to address those. And this is reinstalling everything because it's Python 3.8, and I don't usually use Python 3.8, and so pre-commit has noticed that, like, oh, I need to rebuild this, and so it's doing that. Oh. We don't need that. That's kind of annoying that Flakegate doesn't produce this as a nice error message. What's up? Meg2K says, "Holy jeez." What? The stack trace? Yeah, the stack trace is not great. I should probably fix that from Flakegate's side. No, someone using Nano. Oh, I see. Yeah, you got me. I'm the Nano noob. It me. But soon we will be using my brand new text editor called Babby. And Babby is a great text editor, which only really does this color test and not really properly opening a file yet. But you can move around with the arrow keys, and you can quit it. But it's a text editor. Walrus is the first one on the new features list. I wonder if that is intentional. Yeah, it's certainly not ordered properly. Oh, I don't like this feature either. Yeah, I don't like this feature either. Positional only arguments. I don't even remember how the rules for it work. Like, I think it means that these cannot be submitted as positional arguments, or as named arguments. Blah. Walrus is PEP 572, yeah. Yet. True. What was I doing? Oh, I was making a new repository for this. I don't like the name. I kind of want to change the name. Should I change it to No Walrus? The positional only arguments thing really just seems 100% awful. There are cases where it makes sense, and it's already supported through the C API, and so there was like kind of an argument there. The like one case where it makes sense is if you want to make an API that's positional, and you want to be able to rename your variables without making a breaking change. It gets useful there. But alright, we're gonna call this something different. I think I'm gonna call it No Walrus. Which forbids assignment expressions of the walrus operator. Oh, my test name was wrong. Good thing I was renaming, I guess. Now this line's too long. Making client code use less clear code is a no-no, but if it goes in 3.8, I suppose some people saw some use cases. Well, there's actually a bunch of drama around it. It's about, like, it was kind of forced through by Guido, and then he eventually stepped down due to the controversy over it. Should I call it just Flakegate Walrus? Oh, fine. Let me make sure that's not taken already. Okay, it's not. One reason would be to model operators that are commutative, operators that give the same result whatever order they of the quantity supplied. Like if we were to do add matrix A and B, you don't want people to use keywords here, but that's a minuscule use case. Yeah, that's fair. But you can already do that today. Like you can do add matrix star A and then assert len A equals 2, and then your implementation. I mean, it's not great, but it is essentially a way to do this today. Because star unpackings require positional arguments. But, yeah. What are you doing, pre-commit? Why are you reinstalling things? Oh, probably because these are all new versions and now it's not using Python 3.8? I don't know. I'm happy that I got derailed to make this silly this silly extension. Oh, there's a typo here. But now we have ASN here. Do we just leave that? Anthony's still no? Sure, why not? Initial commit. This is such a dumb meme. Alright, we're gonna upload it. Oh, we gotta set up Azure pipelines, right? Oh, we have that open, right? New pipeline. Oh, they took away the... Oh no, here's the classic editor. Okay. I like the classic editor for some reason. Master... YAML... This is the thing where it's a lot of clicks. Lake 8, Walrus. YAML path, Azure pipelines.yaml. And then... Save? Is that how this works? Oh, then you have to go to triggers if I remember right. JL says, I think I just destroyed my laptop. That seems bad. Where's the pull request? Here we go. Build from forks. It's fine. Alright, let's see if the build succeeds. So let me close some tabs. We want that one, we want that one, we don't need this. Someone sent me a DM. We made a PR there. And we +1 that guy's PR. I need to address that eventually. We have a bunch of Twitter tabs. We can just close all the Twitter tabs. AST. It will be quicker and less embarrassing to fix them locally. Yes. Yes, I agree. Close these. We're still working on that. Still working on that. When I peel back the stack frames. I opened it to clean it, but I think I went too far. Oh no, so you like broke your screen? That sucks. I had a laptop where I broke the hinges doing almost exactly the same thing. Why do you smash your keyboard so aggressively? I feel bad for him. I don't hit my keyboard that hard. It's just kind of loud because my table... So my table is attached to my microphone, so it picks up pretty loudly. I'm way more gentle on my keyboard than my mom is, because she used to use a typewriter and hasn't really unlearned that muscle memory. So she absolutely slams her hands into the keyboard, or slams her fingers into the keyboard. I don't know. I think I'm pretty gentle. Okay, so let me read that. And this succeeded. Cool. So these should be green. Green. Cool. Somebody already watched this? Oh, me. What? What? I supposedly have that option off. And then I have this script which does it for me. Did it happen to run like right now? That'd be a crazy race condition. No, 11 hours ago. I'm pretty sure I have that option off. Unless they changed it, which would be amazing. Notifications? Automatically watching. When you're given push access, automatically receive notifications. Automatically watch repositories. So this is unchecked. When you're added to or join a team. That doesn't apply. Did I click the button and I'm just like... wasn't paying attention? Let's make it trending on GitHub. Wait, I want to just try this, because I feel like I didn't press watch. Oh, it's auto-watching me now. That's cool. That's exactly what I want. But the button is unchecked. I don't know. Ugh. What are you doing, GitHub? No. We're off to the races, friends. Should I post it on Twitter? I guess I'll post it on Twitter. It's so memey. No, fuck that. We just want to play game. Oh, I was supposed to put this in the README. Whoops. But I really like my keyboard, so I don't want to smash it. Okay. I feel like someone's gonna hate me for this. Imager link. Oh my god, what have you done? You weren't kidding when you said, I think I destroyed my laptop. Like, holy shit. Why? What do you... What? Nice shorts. I'm wearing shorts too. I assume you're wearing shorts. I assume you're wearing clothes. I could be wrong. But wow. Taking apart electronics is fun. Yeah, this is a good point. We get around this at Lyft by pre-cloning things and caching. So like we pre-build Docker images that contain the pre-commit cache and then reuse those Docker images. Okay, let's address these, each of these. Let's see. Doing a few additional clones is not a real issue. No one's complained so far. For repeated clones, one thing that we did at Lyft was to pre-build a bunch of repos into a Docker image and then reuse that in places. That way they only really get cloned once unless the versions change and then they get re-cloned. In response to this, I know about caching, yeah. This we fixed. I added the pre-commit metadata to Flake8 directly, so you can use that with GitLab PyCQA Flake8. See, also there's an issue for this. Pre-commit hooks. Cool. OpenStack, God no. Wait, this is the same photo. Oh, okay. You just posted it twice. I see. Look how clean it is. Yeah, it is. It is pretty clean. Zool CI. From. Yeah, that's essentially the Docker file approach that we use. SqueakyPL. Ours is a little bit different. Let me see if I can show that. Yeah, I can probably get away with showing this. Oh. Gotta like 6-factor to log in. MNO pre-commit. Yeah. So this is how ours works. Oh. So we're using a build system called S2I, which is source to image. And the basic idea behind S2I is you write a couple of customary scripts, and then if the repository sets up files in the right location, they just get an image for free. And so in this case, we built an assemble script, which does the pre-commit stuff, and then we don't actually use the run script or the usage script, and this is the one that allows you to reuse the contents without recloning. And so the way ours works is we have well, first we have a base Docker image that installs some Python and some Git, and you can optionally add Go to it. And this is temporary, hopefully. Famous last words. But then it sets up a virtual environment and copies some code in there. And if it's and then it becomes a unprivileged user. And then the assemble script essentially just copies the pre-commit configuration and then runs pre-commit install hooks, which will install all of the builders. So that's how we use it. We don't directly use a Docker file for this, but it ends up producing a Docker image in the same way. But that's that. What are my other notifications? What's the state of PyFlix? Yeah. Yes. Don't stop on encoding errors. No. Yeah, we talked about this, Soren. It's fine. We figured it out. This one. Yeah. I'll talk to Jacomo on Monday. He works at Lyft. Oh, this was closed because you opened the other PR. Cool. Done with notifications. All right, let's get back to the actual thing that I was trying to build. I think I finished it. Just double check that. Okay, cool. Use expand user in init template dir like it does. Oh, and then we wanted to run this just to validate that it works. Cool. Yeah. So I have it set with a tilde, and we installed to a path that didn't have the tilde, and it still works. Cool. Make a PR for that. Several fixes for init template dir. Before this, it required a get ego to run, but it wasn't read at all. For this, if the template dir was at dot, or if the destination template dir was at dot and the setting was unset, Quickcommit would not warn. For this, Quickcommit would not properly use expand user like it does. Resolves, what is that issue number? 1096. 1096. Just gonna take a quick look at the patch. Just a little bit wider. Okay, so if it wasn't set, we don't even check the value at all. So that fixed that. And then we used expand user to fix the other thing. And then we skipped several commands if get was not there. I tried to build Clang and debug. I don't have enough VM disk space. Yikes. How many gigs do you have assigned to your VM, Sarcastic Dante? Let me write some tests. 40 gigs and you ran out of disk with 40? Wow. What do I have? I also assigned 40, so I would also not be able to do that. I'm half full. Is it Docker stuff? No. Who knows? Hey, what's up? 324B2. Is that an I or an L? I don't know. You'll have to explain your username. But thank you for the follow. It needs 15 to 20 gigabytes. Oh man. The cool thing is Windows Subsystem for Linux can expand and shrink the VM. Oh. That's useful. Yeah, that's really useful. Because I know, like, resizing a VirtualBox VM is, like, not a thing that you can really do. Sorry. Now that I did all my notifications, I realized I can delete my email, so that's what I'm doing right now. I need to address that one. I merged that one and that one. Okay, we're good. ButterFS with compression. My pip tells that Precommit won't have star.asc signatures. What does that mean? Oh, are you making a package manager, Juan? We could add signatures. I don't even know how you would do that. Signing packages in PyPI is kind of not a thing that happens. I guess star.asc is just checksums, right? What do I know? Wow, look, there's already 2 watchers and 2 stars. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. Should I put it on Twitter? I made a thing. Thanks, chat. I made a thing. I feel like this could have been a more better target. Press enter, yeah. Send tweet. Yikes. We won't show DMs on screen. That's probably a better thing to do. Hopefully these pass, because I haven't run these tests in a while either. Part of the reason that Soren got involved so much today was you ran the tests and noticed that they weren't passing on master. Apparently Git LFS changed how... Actually, I should look into that. Why did that change? GitHub, Git LFS, Git LFS. They have a change log? Yeah, they do. Oh, when was this released? July. So it's almost certainly this 2.8.0 release. Let me just clone this and see what's up. I don't think this is the patch. Teach Git LFS to use -- system instead of global by default. That sounds related. I guess I could check which version of Azure Pipelines Git LFS is using, or the other way around. Git LFS Azure Pipelines. Bang GitHub. Oh, my GitHub is linked in the description below, but I could probably make a command for Bang GitHub. There's actually 2 GitHub accounts that are associated with this stream. There's my personal account, and there's Anthony Writes Code, which is where the code that I write for the stream specifically ends up. So like the chatbot that you see is this repo here. I generate my thumbnails for YouTube from here. This is some other related stuff. I have a bunch of presentations and some stuff that I haven't even finished yet, but yeah, that's some stuff there. And this is my user page. It's a unicorn, as you can tell. It's great. It's awesome. This is what happens when you become too much of a power user. Just nothing works. But this is my GitHub. This is me in 2013. It's over 9,000. Anyway, that's the thing. Software installed in hosted Azure Pipelines hosts. Hey, what's up, Space Sebi? How's your Saturday going? Did I ever said your name wrong? Are you like Space Max or what's your editor of choice, Space? Self-hosted agent. This is what I wanted to see. IntelliJ IDEA. I'm a Kotlin developer. Leave. No, I've written some Kotlin. I can show you my app that well, it was originally Java, and I've mostly ported it to Kotlin so far, but I haven't finished it yet. There's a part of the code that's really, really bad because I didn't really know how to write code when I wrote this in 2012. But I hope to factor out the bad parts eventually. I guess Android Studio is technically IntelliJ, right? Is that on screen? I can't tell. Yeah, looks like that's on screen. Anyway, I made this game called, well, I didn't create the original game. The original game is called Ken Ken, and it is a registered trademark by Next Toy Incorporated, as their lawyers kindly told me. But I implemented my own version of this because the website did not have infinite puzzles, and so you would solve the one puzzle and then it would just be the same puzzle every time, not all that interesting. So I built my own version of this with its own unique puzzle generator and a bunch of other cool stuff. And I play this game on the train, essentially. when I have nothing else to do, this is what I play. Because it's a nice, like, mental math sort of game. Anyway, the way it works is there's no number in the same row or column, kind of the same way as, like, Sudoku works. But the twist to this game is there's darkened cages, which is, I realize it's really hard to see on stream because I didn't make these lines wide enough, but anyway, just trust me that, like, these two boxes here are part of a cage, and in a cage there's a number and a math symbol, so this cage has to multiply to be 15, so it can either be a 3 or a 5 in either of these. In the same way, this has to be 1 plus 2 plus 4, because there's no other combination that can be 7 plus. And anyway, you kind of, like, mark the ideas with the top, and then the bottom is the you can lock in a value at the bottom. So one of the tricks with this is if you see 3 numbers in a line, then those 3 numbers can't appear anywhere else. So because this is 1, 4, 5, this one down at the bottom has to be 2 or 3, being like 3 minus 2 is 1. And basically play out a game like this. So this has to be 1, 5 here, so this can't be a 1 because of the same line rule. So this has to be a 4, and let's see, this has to be 3 plus 5, so that has to be 2. And this is 1, 5, yeah. This has to be 2 times 3. This has to be a 5. And if you double tap, it'll fill in any that are forced, so to speak. Like those all ended up being forced. So this has to be 5 plus, so it has to be 3 plus 2. And at this point, I can double tap to just finish it. But anyway, that's the game that I wrote. I wrote this in 2012, and I recently, like 6 months ago, 8 months ago, ported most of it to Kotlin. Although the one part that I'm embarrassed about, and I will show you guys because I'm fallible as well. So most of the game I think is fairly well factored and fairly well designed from a code perspective. There's one part of the game that's really, really poorly designed, and that's these cages here. So the cages, like, today the way I would implement it is just kind of a list or a array or mutable array or whatever of squares as these like sub portions here, or like coordinates even, or coordinate offsets. But the way they're implemented right now is each different shape is a different class and a different factory class. And oh, the factories are fine. Maybe it's just these ones. So this is a 3 square bent cage, and it has great if statements like if up and if left. And based on these permutations here, you end up rendering these in different directions. So you can see the various different copy and pasted different things. But like all of this could have been like 5 lines of code with just coordinate offset lists. But instead it's a bunch of copy and paste and ASCII art because everything is awesome. Yeah, it's not great. Also, this part is still Java, and I think these are tabs. Maybe. I don't know. But there's basically no reason that it should be the way it is. Java enterprised you. Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's why we have these factories. iCage factory. But yeah, there's an interface. There's an abstract class in here somewhere. Yeah. So there's an interface for cages, and then there's an abstract base class. Wait, is that what this is? What is this symbol for? Cage generator. Final class. I think everything is static here. Yeah. This is just a namespace where I stuck a bunch of functions. Also, here's all of the here's all of the singleton instances of those terrible, terrible classes that I wrote. And these, what are these numbers? Oh, I see. So the way the game prefers certain types of cage shapes over the others, mostly because these the 3 square ones are a lot harder, and the bent ones are particularly harder. Like, it could generate a whole game of just these bent ones. And actually, let's see if I can just fudge these numbers so that it generates a really, really hard game. Let's try that. So this should generate all L-shaped ones. Or a crash, because who knows if the code's actually sound. Yeah, so they're all L-shaped ones except for the square that didn't fit here. Yeah, I thought it was going to divide by 0, to be honest. Tubeworm. That was going to be my expectation. But this game is actually incredibly hard. Let's see if I can solve it though. Let's see, 1, 4, so this would be 2, 3. This has to be a 5. This has to be a 3. Which means this has to be a 1 and a 4. Oh, this isn't actually too bad. This has to be a 2. That's 8, so this has to be a 3, and okay, so maybe it wasn't that hard. But on the larger sizes, it's way harder. So if we like bump this up to like 9x9, this would be a very, very difficult game to do. Although I know this is a 7. This has to be a 3. But anyway, I'm not gonna play this whole game because these usually take me about 5 to 10 minutes. But this is a difficulty modulator kind of dealio. Let me undo that so I don't actually accidentally leave it like that. But anyway, that's my game. I have close to 1,000 hours playing this game on my phone, which is a lot. It's a lot. But anyway, yeah, that's that. But that's not what I'm working on today. I was trying to figure out what am I currently building. I'm working on a linter GitHooks installer tool runner thing. It's a framework that I wrote called Precommit. The idea behind Precommit is you set up a small configuration file that says like what tools you want to run, and Precommit knows how to download those and install them in user space without like you having to fiddle with installing 50 different tools for your development workflow, and then it manages running them. You can make it run them as part of your Git workflow, so as a Git hook, or you can use them in like CI or a bunch of other stuff, and it makes pretty output and stuff, and like knows which files to apply it to, and you know, it's a very nice quality of life tool. But I created it, and I was working on a patch today to improve a new feature that's going to land in the next version, called init templater, which makes it a lot easier to automatically install the GitHooks portions. But the tests are still running because Windows is slow. It's close. It's almost done. This usually takes about 15 minutes. Oh, that's fast. I don't think I've seen it complete that fast before. I don't know why it's so slow for Python 2.7 here, but something about that. But that's what I was working on a little while ago. There's one other... Let me close all these tabs. Oh, I wanted to see the versions of software here. There's like a markdown file somewhere that it links to. Here we go. Included software for Ubuntu. It's running 2.7.2. Huh. That's wild. And it hasn't been updated since May? Those are pretty long tests. Yeah, so the thing about the tests, there's like 4 tests that are pretty slow. And those are like the tests that validate Ruby, JavaScript, and... No, I think it's just the Ruby and JavaScript ones are slow. And the reason for that is they download a full JavaScript interpreter and a full Ruby interpreter, and that takes a while. But I don't know, the tests are quite a bit faster on Linux, so they only take 5 minutes. Only take 5 minutes. But like most of the time is like 4 or 5 tests in this test repository test. Everything else is pretty quick. But yeah, about 5 minutes to run them. When I develop locally, I usually only run like one suite at a time, and like most of them are pretty fast. So like let's run this will run all of the commands tests, and so they're pretty quick. Some of them are slightly slower because they have to like build Git directories and like run actual installations against them. So like, that's why these ones are slightly slower. But these are like actually making Git commits and making sure that those produce the right output and on that sort of jazz. But like these ones completed almost instantly because all they're doing is string templating essentially. These ones again are kind of slow. What? Failing test? Oh. That test apparently assumes that I've actually set up my development environment properly and installed Flake8. We'll run the test that previous failed, so yay, it succeeded. But yeah, there's like a Ruby test that takes a bunch of CPU and can build for Ruby from source if it needs to. But yeah, that's why that's kind of slow. But yeah, slow test suites kind of suck, which is why I try and avoid them as whenever possible. But in this case, those tests provide a lot of value, so I continue to use them. They're also they're pretty resilient. Like they don't fail all that often, which is nice. But yeah, hopefully that answers that a little bit. Okay, what else did I want to do before releasing? There was this patch which someone contributed, and I wanted to review whether this is the right approach. Oh, now they're conflicting. I feel bad. This is my fault. Oh, I have a button. I have a button on private GitHub, which gives me a little clone button here, but I haven't made that work for public GitHub yet. Alright, let me fix their conflict at least. Actually, let me just check out their branch, and we'll play around with that. Oh boy! What's up, Soning? With the rate of 68. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of people. Hello, hello. PHP raid, perfect. Oh, by the way, I stole one of your chat commands because I liked it. So we have bang still, just like Soding has. But yeah, I guess I should let you guys know what I'm working on right now, since more than half of chat is new. I'm working on... Oh, here we go, the follow notifications. Hey, what's up, Shazawak? Thank you for the follow. I'm working on a tool that I wrote called Precommit. It is a linter runner, code formatter runner, GitHooks framework thing. The basic idea behind it is you configure a bunch of tools that you want to run in a little metadata file, and this tool manages installing and running all of them. And then you get pretty outputs like this. And it also integrates with Git so that you can work on, you can use it for, come on, follow notification, you guys distracting me, can't do my pitch. It integrates with Git, so it works nice with a developer workflow. Hey, what's up, Solo Haslo and Space Sebi and Daleks HDYT and Fidelux and Threninini and oh man, and just another anti player. Thank you all for the follow. Oh no, there's more. But there's more. And how do I parse this? Nah, she's Vobo Dnyoy? Oh, I butchered that. I'm so sorry. And Mexit, thank you for the follow. Notifications are distracting. Suffering from success. Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure there's a bug in Streamlabs where it just like continually, maybe it didn't do it this time, but last time there were just like repeat notifications for the next 5 minutes or so. But yeah, what was I doing? Oh, I was gonna fix this guy's branch. What's up, Thramasal? Thank you for the follow. It's a good problem to have, don't you think? Yeah, it's pretty good. What was this branch called? Config path exists. Rebase someone else's branch. What could go wrong? Wait, are you running a virtual machine inside Windows? Spoilers, yes. I am running Windows. You got me. How'd you know? What gave it away? I thought I was pretty good at hiding it, because it totally looks like I'm just running Ubuntu, and unless you knew that this was, like, this one's kind of hard to know that it's Windows. Like, how did you know? Oh, maybe it's the Windows cursor gave it away, or the text boxes somewhere. Oh, my username gave it away? How did my... Oh, username on the terminal. Oh, yeah, VirtualBox. Dang it! Ugh. How do I fix that? It's because hostname results in this. Let's see. Change hostname VirtualBox. This seems not right. That's how you do it in Vagrant. I want Vagrant. Whatever. You'll still know. I'll just leave it there. Maybe I'll fix it some other time, but you got me. Alright, what is this conflict here? Uh-oh. Here's the other part where you start making fun of me. Yeet it straight into Etsy hostname. I guess that would work. What could go wrong? Does that work? I don't think that works. No. Nano? Nani? That won't propagate. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. The real question is, why is he running it in a VM and why Nano? Yeah. So I run a VM because I have been using Windows for years, and I still play some video games, and every time I've tried to set up proper wine and such on Linux, it's been a whole pain in the butt. And graphics drivers have been a pain in the butt. I don't know, it's just easier for me to run a VM. But I really like being able to develop in Linux, so that's why I use a virtual machine for that part. You would use hostname CTL. Control the system hostname. Hostname CTL may be used to query and change the system hostname. I guess it worked. Okay. Why did it not prompt me for a password? I guess it's setuid? What do I want to call this? I don't know, I'm never good at naming computers. Computer. Okay, whatever. Just dual boot. Yeah, so the other thing is I frequently break Linux boxes because I'm perhaps a noob, or I try and do things that are too complicated and like break the break the package manager, other things like that. And at least with a virtual machine, it's really easy for me to just delete it and provision it from scratch. Actually, I have a set of scripts that I use to bootstrap using Puppet. So I basically have like declarative setup for all of my home directory and the tools that I install and all that other stuff, and it works well. So like if I brick a machine, a virtual machine, it's really easy for me to just delete it, create a new one, drop a key on there, clone my repo, and then apply all of the changes, and it works pretty well. But I don't know, I haven't bricked a machine in a year now. I think the last time was when I was messing with X settings, and that was my own damn fault. Name it not VirtualBox. I like that. Not VirtualBox. Okay, that's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be not VirtualBox. NanoBox. Oh, that's good too. Dang it. Maybe I should just make it randomize. What could go wrong? I just like have a cron that picks between a bunch of different host names. No, that feels fine. We'll just leave it. Still video games in 2019. True. Let's see. Fred. I should name it Fred. What would Abbott be? Acetilly at Abbott. Is there a pun there that I'm just like whooshing right now? Alright, so the second question is why Nano? The answer's not great. I used to be a C# developer, and so I used Visual Studio, and I really liked Visual Studio, and used it for work, and it's great because it writes all your code for you. But then I stopped working in enterprise and started working at a cool San Francisco startup named Yelp, and I was hired as a JavaScript developer and used Eclipse because it was basically the least worst IDE that I could use that could actually open the monolithic code base that had 4 million lines of code or whatever. Yeah, still Eclipse. That's a sad truth right there. And then I outgrew Eclipse and switched to IntelliJ. This was before PyCharm and such existed. I also switched from being a JavaScript developer to being a Python developer, and eventually an infrastructure developer. And I used IntelliJ, but it was pretty clunky and kind of slow. And one Christmas, where I usually go home for Christmas, I live right now in the Bay Area, but home for me is Michigan, and so I went to Michigan, and the latency for SCP across the country, or not latency, I guess for SSHFS it was. The latency was too high to actually open the IDE without crashing the file system drivers, and so I stopped using IntelliJ there, and the crappy editor that I had learned in college was Nano, and so I started using Nano then. And unfortunately, I developed a muscle memory, and now I haven't really looked back. But I'm pretty fast at it, so I think you'll be surprised at how well I use Nano. I do know how to use Vim, so I could switch. I'm just slower at it. And I still use the arrow keys like a noob, because I still haven't quite figured out the HJKL. But yeah, it's something. I say I can quit Vim and then fail to quit Vim. But another thing that I'm eventually working on is I'm writing my own text editor, not for any good reason, mostly because I just want to learn how curses works, because I've never actually worked with curses before. But the editor is going to be called Babby, or at least that's the working name right now. It doesn't really do much yet. It produces this color test here, which is kind of neat, nifty. This will eventually be used to do. Whoa, that's cool. What? Oh, I guess highlighting it inverts it. It's kind of neat. Oh, it changes it from being columns to rows. Whoa. Okay, anyway. But yeah, I'm working on a text editor that this is the color that it does so far, and it neither edits nor texts yet, but I got this working so far, so you can use arrow keys to navigate around. Eventually I'll make that work better, and it detects unknown key sequences. It also displays like the file name at the top, and eventually it'll show like if the file gets modified, it'll change there. And you can quit it with Control X right now. You can also quit it with Control C and it crashes. But I'm eventually finishing up like a crappy text editor. But yeah, that's that. I just got it. Your editor should be called B caps lock BI or BBI. Yeah, so it's named off of a typo that I frequently do when I'm like very lazily like throwing my hands down on my keyboard and then typing nano. Where if you shift the right hand over one key on a QWERTY keyboard, you type Babby instead of nano. And unfortunately, I frequently type it with this. In fact, to the point where I have aliased Babby to nano. Because like that and GURP, I just type with those all the time. But that's that. I don't have a good reason for making a text editor. It's just, why not, I guess. The good old I spent a weekend locked in a basement with Linux and a pile of rocks. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I had like a Walmart internet connection. What's wrong with WebStorm or Visual Studio Code? I've never heard of WebStorm, but I have used VS Code. In fact, I have it installed because sometimes on stream I will occasionally try it out as chat chastises me for using nano. But did you see how long it took to load that? Like, I can't deal. Also, I spend too much time like switching between a bunch of different projects, and like opening a VS Code editor for each of them feels like a lot of time, and like if I'm in the context of the terminal, I don't like to leave the terminal. Nice screw management, also feet. Electron apps feels bad, man. Yeah, I know that's why it's slow. But I don't know. VS Code's pretty nice. I've used it a couple of times, and it seems to do things that I would expect. And like jump to definition works, which is pretty cool. Oh, it even let me jump into argparse.py. Cool. But anyway, yeah. So I've used it. It's fine. It's just a little slow, and I don't like to context switch in and out of stuff. What about Atom? I think I also have Atom installed. Maybe I had it installed and then I stopped using it. I don't know, but if I remember right, Atom is Atom is the same like Electron-like setup. Actually, how is Atom implemented? How is Atom text editor implemented? Written in Node.js. Is it Electron? No? Maybe? Atom is based on Electron. Okay, so it probably has the same problems. LSP and Nano 2020. Are they actually adding LSP and Nano? That would be crazy. Nano text editor. Hey, what's up, Amphsa? Thank you for the follow. LSP Nano text editor takes me to micro editor, which is not what I wanted. I did see that they were like adding tab completion to it, which seems kind of wild. Also, I love the like Google short snippet here. The 88888888888. Let's see, change log news. I guess not. Maybe I'm remembering correctly. Atom has the worst startup time. There's only one good thing in Atom, and it's the one Atom dark theme. Hello again, AMPSA. The cool guys use Pico anyway. Yeah. But Pico is just alias to Nano on my machine. The other thing is I've been trying to hide that I use Nano a little bit, other than me typing it on the terminal. Because usually Nano has like a help bar at the bottom, and it's like a dead giveaway that you're using. I mean, it also says Nano up here. And no way to turn this off, if I remember correctly. But it's a little less obvious if I don't have those settings. This is also my Nano RC. This is it. Just these settings. That's enough to get me by. But yeah, this is what usually shows up at the bottom, which is this little help menu here. But doesn't have that. Maybe Sublime Text. So I've used Sublime before. It seems fine, but I feel like VS Code is a better Sublime Text. There's a way to put autocomplete in Nano like plugins in Vim. Yeah, no, Nano has no plugins. It's super bare bones, which is not great. But yeah, I'm okay. Like people making fun of me for Nano because it's a really bad text editor. But I met two people at work that also use Nano, and also not ironically, one of them is a somewhat famous tech blogger, Rachel by the Bay, and she uses Nano. In fact, apparently she edited this article in Nano, which is just kind of wild. I'm getting tired of explaining that yes, I found something that worked and it still works for me. Have I tried Joe? No. I feel like someone suggested this last time. Joe's own editor. I think this is going to be like Babby. Oh, it's written in C. That's neat. Has a text editor or a hex editor. Cool. Here's some other text editors to continue. Ed is the one true editor. Have you ever tried JetBrains products? Yes. I used to use IntelliJ. I've tried PyCharm. It's fine. It's Java though. It's pretty slow. I use Android Studio for doing Android development because you kind of don't really have a choice anymore. You used to be able to use Eclipse, but I think Android Studio is way better than Eclipse ever was, especially in developing Android and like integrating with IDEs and stuff. Sorry, I'm just closing some tabs. This is a package that I made earlier on stream, just kind of as a meme. There's a new feature in Python 3.8 called the Walrus operator, which JetBrains sent out this tweet recently that was like, look, you can now use the Walrus operator in PyCharm. And this is the Walrus operator. It's an assignment expression, so an assignment as a side effect, but in a expression. And I don't know about you guys, but I feel like this code is super non-obvious what it's doing, and like kind of hard to follow. What it actually does is it assigns x to 100, and then it calls this function, gets a return value of 101, assigns that to y, and then this expression here becomes 101. And then because y got assigned here, then y here is equal to 101. So this is 101, 101 squared, 101 to the third. But pretty hard to like follow. And so I decided to meme a bit and make a Flake 8 plugin, which is a linter that I maintain. This is a plugin to Flake 8, which forbids you from using assignment expressions because I think they're bad. But we made that earlier on stream. I think this repo is unnecessary now, if I'm correct. Especially the colon equals syntax. Yeah, it's pretty jank. You can do some fun stuff with it though. Let's see if I still have that tab open. Nope. Let me scroll back a little bit and grab this this absolutely amazing use of really? Still not found there? Really? It had to have been before here. Maybe Control F is just broken? I don't know. But I made like a Fibonacci one-liner using a lambda. Why is it not showing up here? Oh, here we go. So this terrible thing. Hey, what's up? DineG89, thank you for the follow. But this monstrosity here is a one-line lambda that when you call it with a number, it will give you that many Fibonacci numbers, including like if you wanted 100 of them. And it does it in linear time. But it abuses the hell out of assignment expressions such that each entry in this list is created by a series of swap assignments in line. Hey, what's up, Emit Null? Thank you for the follow. But yeah, this is like, in my mind, kind of a good example of why you should never do this. But it is kind of interesting that you can implement swap inline using pluses. The syntax reminds me of Go. Yeah, definitely does. In fact, I think that's where they got the main idea for it from. Sudo sed-i s/nano/babby gl in userbin nano. Yeah, what could go wrong with that? Does it really? Does that actually work? Which nano? We'll create a backup. Okay. Copying and pasting commands from Twitch chat. What could go wrong? This has to be bin nano. I guess it does technically work, but who knows what's broken. Like, I'm sure there's something that's like super broken about this. The Babby text editor. Main Babby help text. Put that back now. Okay, it's fixed. Sudo rm bin nano dot. Oh, I did move. Okay, yeah, it's gone. Cool. Colon equals reminds me of TTCN. Oh, I'm so sorry that you have to deal with TTCN, Sarcastic Dante. I feel like you have just like a poor space in hell where you have to deal with TTCN. TTCN is, what is it? It's like communications complicated programming language. Doesn't the what is it, the token grammar is like 200 rules or something ridiculous? It's just like testing and test control notation. Oh. Colon equals reminds me of Pascal. I have not written Pascal. So I don't actually know what Pascal syntax example. I don't know what Pascal looks like. I know we've gotten Pascal case from it. Ooh. Is this Sir Pascal or is this Nicholas Worth? Environment setup. Good luck. Can you just show me some like actual code? Loops. Why no examples? Okay, here's an example. It could be worse. But yeah, it also uses that operator. 200, I wish. It was around 800. Oh yeah. I don't remember. I just remember it was a very, very large number. Python's is like 60. And it was like an order of magnitude more. 600. Yeah, that sounds about right. Just make a diff and see what changes. Yeah, the problem is it's a C binary, so diffing that would be nuts. Okay, yeah, but I wanted to look at this change here. Backtracking a bunch. So what this patch does is there's a current situation where you can run a command and it will produce a value or an output that's kind of confusing. I'll go over this in a sec. What up, Cake Nas? Thank you for the follow. Cake Nas. Well, you got me to say that, didn't you? Awesome. This chat, I don't know. Nano, people of Pascal, you just can't trust no one. Yeah. I mean, some of you are apparently still here watching me type in Nano, so joke's on you, bud. Yeah, so the original bug report isn't actually a bug, like it's intentionally this way. Let me show an example though. If we have a pre-commit config here, which is what the linters are configured in, so I've configured a whole bunch of linters here, which is actually great that I don't have to install all these because pre-commit will do this all for me. But if I move that file to a non-standard location, which is supported, and then the confusion was if you run pre-commit install --config non-standard location, this will still work, and if I add that file and commit, it will still correctly honor that set of Git hooks, even though it's not in a standard location. But then the confusion is if you immediately after that run pre-commit auto-update, it crashes complaining about this file name, which is different than this file name. But what should probably be happening here is it should be producing an error message that mentions that like --config doesn't exist. And that's what this person's patch does, I think. So if we run this now, yeah, they get like -c --config pre-commit config.yaml does not exist. The problem with the way this is implemented, though, is it makes two subprocess calls to figure this out. So it adds this, it changes how this configuration option works such that it has a special type, and types allow you to override the behavior of how argparse will decide to parse a option or not. And this, which call here, this get.getRoot call will will shell out to Git to figure out the root of the repository. But then we additionally call that same function further down here somewhere. Somewhere in here, yeah. Adjust args and chdir. So we also check the git root right here. And so I kind of don't want to do that in both situations. I only want to, check this this config option if we're actually changing. But I think what we can do is instead move that logic into this function such that it checks --config at the end of this function and sees whether it exists or not. So I'm going to try and do that instead. And see how that works out. Add config option is where the diff happened. So get rid of this file path. We'll get rid of this function. There's only a couple of these calls that I actually want to check this for. I think. I'm not really sure. I don't know how I want this to work. It's kind of like one of those weird edge cases that like make sense if you understand how the tool works, but don't make sense if you don't understand how the tool works. So it's kind of a weird edge case. But let's see what I can do. If not, os.path.exists, args.config, raise, do I have a fatal error type? Something that gets caught. Oh, I do. I do have an error type. What is it called, though? Fatal error. Okay. Oh, the unfortunate thing though is we lose the original value. So we gotta store that up here. Actually, I think it's better that it gives the resolved path. So we'll just keep that like that. So now what do we get in the output if we try and run that command? An error has occurred. Fatal error. -c/--config pre-commit config.yaml does not exist. I think maybe I just leave this. I don't know that it's worth fixing. Who knows? Hey, what's up, Mario? Thank you for the follow. Man, I hope everyone reads your follow notification like that. And Gearmeg2K, thank you for the follow. Parset07, what the fuck? Yeah. There were a bunch of O's. What else was I gonna do? How's it going, Parsetto7? Nice to see you streaming. Yeah, it's nice to be streaming. It's a good Saturday. I think I'm gonna grab a drink of water though, because I am parched, and it's been, let's see, how long have I been streaming for? Uptime. That's in all caps. Caps lock. Cruise control for cool. 3.5 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. And I had some more think about this, and I think I'm gonna go with the messaging that I have here and call that good enough, and write a quick test for it after the fact, and then close out these two issues. Just let me make sure all the tests currently pass. We'll go from there. The answer is they don't pass. Test adjust args and CHDir no op. Never mind. I think I've changed my mind. I'm just not going to implement this. It seems too fiddly. Yeah. I'll follow up and write some stuff on this issue later, but I think I'm just not gonna change how this works. I think the file not found error is about as expectable as if it said --config in there somewhere. But yeah. But I did say that I wanted to make a release today. Do I still have VS Code open? No, okay. Kill this directory. So I'm going to walk you through what I usually do when I make a release, which is a little bit boring, but it has to happen. So the first thing is to look at all of the changes that have happened since the last release, which is more than I expected. First parent? Okay, that's a little bit better. Sorry. I don't have a cough button, so you'll just have to deal. But these are all the PRs that have merged since the last release. So I'm going to set up a changelog for them. This will be 1.18.0. What happened there? It's been at least a month, right? 0803. And I usually separate into features and fixes and sometimes miscellaneous stuff if someone... I usually want to celebrate the contributors as much as possible, so even if somebody pushes something to the repository that doesn't affect the runtime, so maybe they like fixed continuous integration or wrote a test for something or touched up some documentation, I want to make sure that they get called out and properly celebrated for their contribution. And so sometimes there's a miscellaneous section. But then from there, I just go from the bottom up and look at each of the pull requests that happened. I usually mention the, well, if it's just me, I'll skip it sometimes. Like this one, I just fixed some tests and like no one cares about that in a changelog, so I'm just gonna ignore that patch, go on to the next one. 1056. I think this one is also documentation and also something that I wrote up. Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like some people were happy about my little write-up here. I basically wrote about how you would go about implementing a new programming language that's supported by pre-commit. And so like this is all the like kind of steps and APIs and stuff that you would go through. I'm not gonna read it. You can read it if you want. It's in the contributing docs for pre-commit. Yes, YouTube, I'm still listening to music. 1062. I think this is the first like actual real change. Use sys.executable if it matches on POSIX as well. So this would be a feature. Use the current running executable if it matches the requested language version. And then I usually just list the PR number, so 1062 and the username. There's no issue associated with this one, so I don't list an issue there. Okay, what do we have next? 1067. I think this is another internal one. But Yoav was involved in this, so I want to find the issue associated with this. What was it? I wonder how much YouTube saves from stopping the videos. I remember hearing a like blog post from Netflix that it's like tens of millions of dollars for them, so it wouldn't surprise me if it's on the same order of magnitude for YouTube. This is issues. I want to pull requests. (1033) miscellaneous. Replace development instructions with toxdevenv. 1033 issue by Yoav, which actually is right here. Actually 1032. And then the PR was 1067. By me. And 1075. Manifest.in, yeah, whatever, doesn't matter. 1077. Fix shallow fetch by checking out fetch head. Yes, this has been broken for so long, but I finally fixed it. Fix shallow fetching, fix shallow clone by checking out correct revision. Well, just fix shallow clone. It wasn't working at all. So this is... Did I have an issue? I did not make an issue, but I just demoed it. It's okay, Sarcastic Dante. I don't think anyone would have ever noticed if I wasn't trying to debug something else related to this. 1079. Add hook stage print to output for missing hook ID. Oh. No hook ID. I didn't even remember this one. Pre-commit run foo. No hook with ID foo in stage commit. Interesting. It's a cool one. Also contributed by, I think this was their first contribution. Yeah, open this pull request. They're first in pre-commit. It's pretty cool. Always good to see new contributors. Let's see, is there an issue associated with this one? Oh man. I always love when people contribute to pre-commit but forget to run the pre-commit hooks. It's just like, wow. Hey, what's up, Thomas DeWitt? How's your Saturday going? I'm over here having a cackle. What are you making? I'm working on a tool called Precommit. It is a framework for running linters and code formatters and integrating with Git and Git hooks and stuff. And the basic idea behind it is you write out a small configuration file which includes a bunch of tools you want to install. This is an example of just one tool, but you might install like 10 or more. And when you run Precommit, it knows how to install and then run those hooks. So an example here, I think this is from PyTest, if I remember right. It knows how to install a bunch of different tools and run them on the files that it needs to apply to. Hey, what's up, Ethan? I haven't seen you in a while. How's your, what day is it? Saturday going? I assume you've just resubscribed because my subscriber count says 8, but my notifications have not caught up yet. And you have the little, oh man, losing my voice. The little subscriber notification, so thank you for the sub. It's greatly appreciated. Nice. See, I noticed. I noticed before Streamlabs did, so I don't know what Streamlabs is doing. Streamlabs is snoozing. Come on, where's the notification? You can do it, I believe. It's free money. That's fair. But thank you very much. And Thomas DeWitt, thank you for the follow. But yeah, that's what Precommit does. I like it. It's pretty cool. It's definitely changed the way that I write code, and I'm very happy that I created it. But I'm working on putting together a release, and so I'm demoing the changelog procedure and all that pushing and that nonsense. Thomas DeWitt says, bye, I'm gonna go to sleep. Well, thank you for stopping by. Hopefully I'll see you around in the future. Oh yeah. Which one was this? What were we on? We were on 1079. So this was... What was this one? Print the stage when a hook is not found. And this was... I think they did both the issue and the PR for this one. 078. So this is like Husky for Python. So it's the idea behind Precommit is not that it is language specific. Precommit supports a bunch of different programming languages. So it knows how to install like Ruby, JavaScript, Python, Go, Docker, a bunch of different languages. But it's a similar idea to Husky, but it fixes a lot of the sharp edges that Husky does not. Where's the list of languages? Yeah, so here's like all of the currently supported programming languages, including the fake languages like Fail and System and Script. But like it supports Docker, it supports Go, JavaScript, Python, Ruby, Rust, Swift. It has some basic regex pattern matching ones, and it can also wrap basically any tool that exists as long as you can install it. But it also like most of these that are not system and script will Precommit will handle installing all of the tools for you. What was the issue with the shallow cloning? Was it the fetch head? It was actually two different issues. We'll get to the other issue in a bit, and I'll explain it when we get to that PR. But yeah. Let's see. 1078. Issue by... Cool, still have him in the paste buffer. 1079, PR by... that guy? File and disk has changed. No, it hasn't. Let's see, 1088. This is the one where I fixed the way shallow cloning and auto update were working. So there was this weird bug where you would run pre-commit auto update in succession, and the idea behind pre-commit auto update is it's supposed to take all of your hooks that you have installed and bump them to the latest version. But for some reason, with this particular repository and with shallow fetching, it would bounce back and forth between the two latest versions. And I never figured out actually why this was happening, but I presume it's a bug in Git, but I didn't I didn't end up figuring it out. And this was actually shown to be my MXR, who I work with at Lyft. And but yeah, it was a pretty funny bug. I ended up fixing it by just not shallow cloning for auto update, and so it actually fixes another bug as well, which I didn't think about until after I implemented this. Before, so I guess I can demo it for you. So before, if you had a pre-commit configuration with just like an invalid entry here, so let's say rev is invalid. If I try and run pre-commit run, it's gonna error and say like invalid, doesn't match anything. Before, if you ran pre-commit auto update on that, vn pre-commit auto update, this would crash for the same reason, that invalid doesn't match anything. But with the newest version of pre-commit, it doesn't care what value you have there. It will chug right along and update it anyway, even though it was invalid before, which is pretty cool. Bug in Git d:. Yeah, I've actually found a couple of bugs in Git. Let's see if I can find some of the other ones. How would I do this? Oh, I can look on here and then search for my name? Yeah, sure. So this is a patch where I was trying to improve some grammar. Is there more? There's gotta be more. Yeah, here we go. So in 2015, I found a bug in Git. If you try and run git clone as part of a Git hook, it would crash. So I had to fix that in pre-commit. Most of the bugs that I find in Git are due to integrations between pre-commit and other tools. Kind of because it's a lot of like different things that come together in a lot of strange edge cases that you don't really consider as much. I've had git segfault on me before. Oh, that's pretty nuts. I think I had git segfault once, but it was because I had installed it incorrectly. You kind of like, if you build it from source and don't install it the right way, it'll use the old code or the system git and the non-system git, and like there's some invalidated assumptions about internals that break with that. Something about that. Was Git submodule broken? Oh, this was the segfault that I ran into. It was because I had done a clone incorrectly. Oh well. Oh, this was actually a good one. I found, so Git grep is a tool. I use Git grep all the time. It's great. It basically allows you to search for code on inside of a Git repo, only with the checked in files. But it turns out that Git grep. Oh wait, no, this isn't the bug. Well, anyway, I'll keep talking. This isn't that bug. There was a different bug about this though. There's a -L which will list the file names in the output, and a -L which will list all file names that don't match. And the exit codes for those were kind of backwards, and I pointed this out in the Git mailing list, and they're like, yeah, that seems weird. Why is that way? And they're like, you should go to the core utils guys and get them to change how grep works. And so in the latest version of grep, GNU grep, the -L option, which this actually isn't a new enough version because it doesn't have my patch in it, but this option changes how the return code of grep works. And so that was one of my contributions from dealing with Git. Oh, this was great. auto CRLF equals true causes git apply to fail on a patch generated. This was just like a weird white space output diff change thing that again was triggered by a pre-commit bug report, so I ended up fixing it that way. And I was in the release of 2.14, which I like that I'm alphabetically first. A bunch of people sent me DMs about this. They were like, "What? You committed to Git? That's crazy." I was like, "Yeah, made like a one-line fix." Oh yeah, this was the thing about grep where I changed how grep worked, and they ended up writing a patch for it, and seems cool. But yeah, I found a couple of bugs in Git just because of pre-commit. That latest one, I don't, I can't explain it. It makes no sense to me. But yeah, let me fix this. Fixes. Fix auto update version flip flop with shallow clone when using shallow cloning. Issue by MXR. Even though I made the issue on GitHub, he reported it to me on, I think, Discord probably. Which, if you guys want to join the Discord for the channel, there's a Bang Discord. We talk about programming and stuff, and it's kind of a fun community. Send programming memes and complain about stuff a lot, and I don't know. It's a fun little community. So if you want to check it out, there's the link is in chat. But the way I fixed the shallow clone issue is I just had it clone into a temporary directory instead of reusing the clone from before. Fix auto update when the current revision is invalid. So yeah, this PR solved two different issues at once, which is kind of cool. Okay, so that's 1088, and then 1089. Auto update non-master default branch. Oh, my phone's buzzing. Oh, someone joined Discord. Cool. Nice. Make auto update work for non-master default branches. Pre-commit auto update now supports non-master default branches. Oh, that was Ethan. Nice. This is, what number is this? 1089. I like how I reviewed my own code. Seems to work fine and get really, really old. So I'm calling this good. Nice. Yeah, I seem to remember like a weird behavior with Git in like really, really old versions, but that was in like 2009. So I think we can kind of let 2009 go. Or at least that's my hope. If someone runs into this somehow, well then I guess I'll fix it when that happens. But until then, NTY. 1090. At least you agreed with yourself. Yeah, did you see me talking to myself in my GitHub issue? Oh, where did it go? 1089. Yeah. Occasionally I talk to myself on GitHub. It happens. Makes sense, I guess. Implement pre-commit init templater. 1084. Oops. Oops, lost that period there. And precommit init template dir, which makes it easier to automatically enable precommit in cloned repositories. And this is a 1084. And as you do, yeah. What was the patch for this? It was 1090. Yeah, the unfortunate thing about this changelog is I didn't start using this format from the beginning, so there were a lot of contributions that kind of went unmentioned. So if we go like all the way down to the bottom, where did I start? Did I start at 1.0? Yeah. Yeah, 1.0 is when I started this new format. 1.0, Precommit will now be following Semver. But yeah, that's when I started using this new format. But before then, it was just like one-line mentions, and I didn't mention usernames, which felt kind of crappy. But now it feels better that I'm calling out the people that helped on the PR. So anyway, that's that. Andrew MCM7 says, "Hey, you just started to learn Python now because I want to get a head start before I do computer science in September. How do you find it as a language? Hard, easy, etc.?" I think it's really easy to get started. I think there's a lot of like kind of dark corners that are hard to master, so to speak. But it's a very forgiving language. It also will give you pretty good fundamentals for applying to other languages. So like if you venture down the like types avenue, you'll learn a lot about like static typing and and that sort of thing. If you do some of the functional programming or iterative stuff, you'll learn some like functional programming stuff. You can also apply object-oriented approaches to things and learn stuff there. Also segfaults. Yeah, if you can segfault Python, then that I guess that happens pretty often. Well, I guess not pretty often. It's easier than it should be. Hey, what's up? Glimworm, thank you for the follow. God, I miss strong typing, yeah. MyPy gets you pretty close. I've been using MyPy a lot at work and in personal projects, and it helps out a lot. It is written in C, yeah, C things tend to segfault. Hey, what's up? Acrylion, thank you for the follow, and Andrew MCM7, thank you as well for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. But yeah, MyPy gives you some amount of static type checking in Python, and it's pretty good. It's gradual typing, so you type as much as you want to, and it'll check that. But I've been using it. We use it at Lyft for, I think we have about 500 or 600 repositories with MyPy enabled now. Not fully enabled, but just like checking some of the types. We probably have, I don't know, 50 or 60 that are fully typed. But MyPy's pretty cool. Do you think it's a good language to start off with? It is a very beginner-friendly language. There are things that you might miss by starting with Python versus starting with something like, you know, Java or something else. But I think it's a very good language to learn programming. You will miss some things that you would get from like a fully typed language, but I don't know, for the most part, it's pretty good learning language. It's a pretty good first language as well. MyPy is decent, but I've been disappointed a few times. Like the SQL Alchemy stubs aren't that great. There's actually a SQL Alchemy plugin that I've used before, and it seemed to work fine. But it's pretty new because the plugin infrastructure is pretty new. But yeah, like this is Dropbox's thing that I've used before, and it seemed to work fine. But Agent Smith in the chat is a MyPy developer, so I think, didn't you work on the plugin API? I forget. But I don't know, I've used the SQL Alchemy stubs from Dropbox, and they work well enough. But yeah, SQL Alchemy is pretty complicated. It's messy. Oh, you haven't touched it? Okay, I'm just misremembering then. I think the first language should be some interpreted one like Python, Ruby, or something similar. It's just easier to get started in those languages. After that, learn some lower level language just to understand more about computers. And then go functional. Ooh. I guess I've never gotten to the last step. Oh, I'm thinking of MyPyD. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. The interesting thing, though, is when we taught Intro to Programming at Michigan, we started them with C++, which is a very unforgiving language, but it teaches, in my mind, very, very strong fundamentals. And then halfway through the course, we switched to Python, and everyone's just like, you assholes, like, why did you force us to write C++ when we could have been writing Python this whole time? The Stalking Wolf says, it's easy to pick up bad habits, to be honest. It's hard to go from Python to C. Yeah, I agree with that. For us, it was C++ too. We started with C++ because they wanted us to understand types. Yeah, I think that's a thing that I didn't understand when I first started programming, because my first language was VB6, or maybe it was VB5, and PHP, and you can just kind of do whatever in PHP. And, this was PHP 3, so literally everything was a string, and I didn't realize this until later, but it made a lot more sense, like, once I understood that. And, oh man. PHP. I kind of miss those days. I feel like PHP was a lot simpler. I'm not saying PHP is good, but I feel like it was simpler. I don't know. PHP 3, the wild, wild west of PHP, yes. Fortran is the best for learning. Yeah, dope my flop, that's a... Let's lead them down the most painful route. I write Python like I write my C code. So I guess I kind of like to write C like Python, where you don't use objects all that often. Your objects are generally like plain old data, and you write functions around them. I don't know. I think like learning C is a good way to understand how lots of other languages are implemented, and also like how to build object orientation without true classes. I mean, you essentially have like structs with conventionally private data and APIs built around them, or you can make opaque structs, and then you can have truly private data, that sort of thing. But yeah, makes sense. I still remember going with Perl before PHP was a thing. Want to talk about a crazy server-side dev days? Ooh, Perl. Yeah, I've written a tiny amount of Perl. Well, I did a lot of Perl. It's just like using Nano. Sometimes I'm ashamed. Modern Fortran is pretty nice. Is there such thing as modern Fortran? You mean like Fortran 77? Fortran releases. Oh, that's Fortran 95? Fortran 2018? What? Interop with C, parallel features. Co-array Fortran. Wild. I'm kind of surprised that Fortran is still getting iterations in modern day. Can you at least have multiple multi-character variable names yet? Is that a thing? LFortran. Oh, LLVM based Fortran. Yeah, I've seen that. 62 years of expertise. Yeah, it's still used for a lot of like super low level stuff, and scientific computing uses it a lot. So I can see it not being dead. Let's see. Glimworm says, any recommendations for a good unit test framework? Well, I'm a little bit biased. I'm going to suggest PyTest to you. I say I'm biased because I'm one of the core developers that builds PyTest. But it's a good test framework. It does most of what you would want to do. It's also you also have the option between class-based tests and function-based tests. I really like function-based tests. Actually, reminds me. I was on a podcast this week about PyTest. So if you guys want to check that out, it's a podcast where Brian, who's the host, wrote a book about PyTest and very frequently talks about cool topics in testing and stuff. And in this one, he had me on to talk about like my experiences as a core contributor, as well as like features that I like in PyTest and stuff like that. So it's a pretty cool podcast. I recorded it on Monday, so it's very, very fresh in my mind. We talked a lot about like the features that I really like with PyTest, and some of the like new stuff that's happened over the last couple of years. Which some of the features, like I was scrolling through the changelog and I found stuff that I was like, oh, that's cool. I didn't know PyTest did that, which I guess shows like my contributions to PyTest fade in and out a lot. I've been pretty active recently though. GitHub, PyTest. Let's see. Have I made it in the top 5 yet? Oh, looks like I just passed top 5. Barely. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, by a lot. No, I'm not top 5. Dang it. In recent years, though. Like, I've been doing a lot in late 2018, early 2019 for PyTest, but... these are the current 3.5-ish main contributors, and then there's like a spattering of other people that have a significant number of contributions. But I don't know, PyTest is a good test framework. If you want something that has slightly more compatibility, you could use standard lib unit test, but I find that unit test is kind of clunky, at least in my opinion. What have I missed in chat? I think everyone likes PyTest now. Yeah, I think for the most part, most people like PyTest. Isn't it F# or something? No, F# is Microsoft's functional language that targets the .NET IL. I've written a little bit of F#. It's something. I'm not very good at functional programming, so I didn't really get what I was doing. I was just following a tutorial. I need to make some NumPy code about 100x faster. Yeah, that's how you would write it. You would write that in Fortran there. When do you use NumPy? It should be pretty fast by default. No, I think he means that like you would rewrite parts of NumPy in Fortran. At some point, we should work on an improved PyTest XDist. Yeah, I agree. The current implementation of XDist is... It leaves something to be desired, I guess. I also want to work on a thing which parallelizes discovery and runtime so that you can start running tests immediately instead of waiting for full discovery. It would also solve a lot of the memory issues that PyTest has, because right now building up all of the internal structures for all of the parameterizations and such is pretty expensive. I actually talk about that. I don't know if it got cut from the episode because I haven't watched the whole thing, but the original recording was 45 minutes, so some amount of the things that we talked about got cut, but I think I might have talked about it in here, but who knows? I haven't listened to my own podcast yet because I've been so busy this week. But it's pretty good. I would check this out. NumPy is Fortran underneath anyway. Yeah. Algorithmic improvements because it's already pretty fast. Yeah. Just another anti player asks if you ever want to get into functional you're telling me. Sorry, it's not a question. If you ever want to get into functional programming, go to Elixir. It's pretty easy to pick up, and besides that, it's a great language and platform. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Elixir. One of my friends that I used to work with at Yelp really loves it, and apparently there's like good web frameworks for it too, and like you can compile cross-compile, maybe? I don't remember if that's true. That might be false. But he recommended Elixir a lot. I don't like Elixir people pretending it's not Erlang. Oh, is it similar to Erlang? Yeah. But yeah, Ethan, we plan to improve, or like, I want to improve collection at some point. Honestly, I think I could throw slots on the objects and that would cut memory by like 50%. But who knows what people are stuffing onto those objects, so who knows who that's going to break. But it might improve things. Or I could just convert them to adders objects, which have slots, I think, by default. And so then it would be a sneaky way to add slots to them. But who knows? I haven't really put much thought into it other than, PyTest uses a lot of memory. We should try and fix that. Elixir compiles to Erlang. Oh, that's wild. I didn't know that. Huh. Lisp will make a comeback. That wouldn't surprise me. Okay, yeah, back to making this changelog. I just did 1090, yeah. But I also did it in 1107, so we're gonna include that PR as well. PR by me. What's up, Ibrahim Nasser? Ibrahim Nasser, thank you for the follow. Hopefully your day's going well. eLisp, no, not eLisp. Emacs Lisp, no. Oh, because the Elixir people keep it secret. Oh, that's why I didn't know. Yeah, doesn't surprise. This is a dark secret that it runs Erlang. 1092 is the next one. This one got reverted, but I'll include it in the changelog anyway. $1073. This was an issue from a person that I've oddly enough worked with before, but not on Python things. This person I worked with on Sass things, which is, it's just kind of wild to me how often you run into the same names on GitHub and such. But I maintain the Python bindings for libsass, and I want to say he works on the Perl bindings or something. I could be wrong. But just like, I recognize that name, but it was kind of cool that they created an issue and ended up getting it solved. Features and let's see. Precommits color can now be disabled using precommit, or can be disabled using term equals dumb. Actually, it's kind of two features here. Precommit's color can be controlled using precommit color equals always, never auto. Hey, what's up, Guatan? Thank you for the follow. What was that issue number? 1073. That one we haven't done yet. Looks Polish. You can't just say that, Sarcastic Dante. Although his name does look Polish, so you're probably right. I would believe it. 1092. And this guy's contributions were new in this version of Precommit, which was pretty slick. But we also resolved this in a different way in 1098. Same person. And then I added another behavior in 1103. Okay, and then after 1098 is 1094, which definitely things are in order. Fixed Docker-based hooks failing on Windows. Oh yeah, we added Windows support for Docker, which is pretty cool. And this is a name that I don't recognize. That was, oh, their first issue. Yeah, it makes sense. Printcommit now supports Docker-based hooks on Windows. Oops. What's the number here? 1072. I know I said the number and I was like, I'm gonna remember the number, and then I immediately forgot. The Beam VM is just a great platform, but Erlang syntax is ugly AF, and Elixir fixes that. Now I'll shut up about being a fanboy. It's funny. 1094. Okay, so that's this, and then we already talked about that. And I think I've finally completed writing the changelog. Am I going to check that all the links are valid? Probably not. Okay, git show one. Let's see what I did in the last release. Change to changelog and set.cfg. That's all I have to do. Cool. Let me make sure that I didn't. Make sure that master is up to date, which is. Oh. Don't want to change the pre-commit config. Okay, so I wrote the changelog, changed the version, then I add everything, and then I commit with the new version number, 1.18.0. And then I tag that same version, and then I build the artifacts, and then I upload them. I realize I could automate all this, but I just feel like this is easy enough to do each time. Dang it, I typoed my password. Not Pikrua says, hey everyone, Thano here. What? Anthony Red's code, what are you trying to say? Ohio. Well, welcome. And that's basically all I do for a release. I usually also grab this text output and put it up on GitHub, which I didn't used to do, but now the newer releases have release notes. But yeah, deploy on Friday. No. Deploy on Saturday. But yeah, just basically list all the people that contributed. Oh, I have to fix the line breaks. So GitHub has two different implementations of Markdown. In this one, if you have line breaks in the middle of text, it displays them. But in the other one, it doesn't. So I have to go through and fix these. It's kind of annoying. I think that's all of them. Note you can't build Clang with 4 gigs of RAM. Yeah, that seems a little too small. You also can't build PyPy with 4 gigs of RAM either, which I learned the hard way after spending like an hour building it, and then it was just like out of memory after an hour. It was V-sad. But yeah, that's that. Oh, I guess I should document the new functions. So what changed? Documentation. My least favorite part. Have these template durs scattered all over the place. And clean that up from earlier. 1.18.0 docs. Did I check out the right branch? No. Real master. Keep checking out the wrong branch. Git branch -d 118 and master. Okay. There we go. Now we have our source code here. Okay, so what do we need to mention here? Don't have to mention that, nor this, unless... Nope, that error message doesn't show up in the docs. This doesn't really need to get called out. This one needs to. Yeah. So we need to add the commands here. These are not in alphabetical order. What? Why are they not in alphabetical order? Do I just suck at the alphabet? So A, G, C, I. It looks like I tried, but just failed with GC and clean. Well, I'll fix that. Oops, messed that up. So init comes before install. Pre-commit init template dir options. And this weird syntax here, I have a plugin to Markdown. Oh man. The particular song in the playlist, here I'll show you guys. This particular song in the playlist just showed up and it's just like, oh. But so just eyes out of nowhere. Upgrade to the latest version of pre-commit. Oh, I typoed? Oh, yeah, you're right. Good call. Just want to grab the help over here. Init template dir. It also takes a not a required argument. How do I denote that below? That's an optional argument. Repo. Okay, so directory is what I want here. Does it have any useful options? The only option is hook type. Did I not write a help for it? Oh, I did, okay. Install this thing. Some solid copy paste there. Some example useful invocations. pre-commit init template dir tilde slash get template. Initialize a get template, and then actually I kind of want two commands here. So we'll just put it in here. Git config global init template dir this. Now, whenever a repository is cloned or created, it will have the hooks set up already. Oh, and I need my new in 1.18.0. I typoed as well. Yeah, you typoed while you were calling out my typo. That's great. I need to close Chrome for a while. Need more RAM. BRB. Oh, you poor soul. Okay, so we want to call that out in the docs. What else do we have in the changelog? Talked about init template dir. Oh, we should talk about the color. All pre-commit commands take the following options. Color. Whether to use color and input defaults to auto. Can be overridden by using... Oh, you put your laptop back together, JL? I'm about to be impressed. That's wild. Hey, it works. I'm thoroughly impressed. Perl for Dummies. Java programming for dummies. What is a honey butter chip? That sounds good. Now I'm hungry. Nice. I'm impressed. Right. We're disabled using term equals done. Actually, is that called out in the help? Nope. Oh well. Ah well. Let's actually run GC. So pre-commit GC finds all of this. Holy shit. Finds all of the cloned repositories, cloned hook repositories that are no longer used, and deletes the unused ones. So this can often free up a lot of disk space. And it doesn't do that afterwards. Okay, what else in the changelog? Okay, we talked about this. Docker. Running Docker requires on your host, blah, blah, blah. Support Docker hooks are known to work on any system which has a working Docker executable. It's been tested on Linux and Mac OS. I wonder if it is tested on Windows now. How would I even check that? I have a Windows no cover there. Skip if... Oh. We skip it if it's Windows or Docker is run. I should... Let me see if I can enable those tests. Enable Docker tests in CI. Skip if Docker's not running. Are these work that you do can be considered as DevOps? Yeah. I think like my job is best described as DevOps, and the stuff that I work on in open source is mostly like developer tooling and stuff related to that. But yeah, I think so. DevOps is kind of an overloaded term in my opinion, but enable Docker tests in CI. On Windows in CI. This will make the test suite even slower. It's fine. But I'll make a PR and we'll see if the tests pass. I don't actually know. They might. Okay. So I won't update that yet, but if it passes, then I'll go back and fix the docs. But other than that, I think that's all I needed to update for this release. Actually, I should probably write a blurb about automatically enabling pre-commit. Where can I put that? Usage with talk, CI, overriding language version, regular expressions, types, meta hooks. Probably right here. Automatically enabling pre-commit on repositories. Starting in pre-commit 1.18.0. Actually, new in 1.18.0. Pre-commit init template dir can be used to set up a skeleton for Git's init.template dir option. When was that new in? I feel like it was new relatively recently. Apparently it was there in 1.7.5. That's old enough, whatever. I don't have to mention the Git version. So you get big global init. Oh no. That's not good. Why is this broken? Did I fuck this up? We just fixed this bug. What? What? Well, we're gonna have to bug fix now. Isn't this just Markdown? What the hell is a .mako file? So, this is Sneaky Markdown. Mako is a templating language. And inside this template, so like this is like Mako syntax, and this is Mako syntax, and this is a variable substitution that uses a global function that I've imported from my templating library that highlights everything in this triple quoted string as Markdown. So yes, it is Markdown, but it's also intermixed with some HTML. And the way this Markdown function works, it has a few extensions to it. So the first thing it uses my special renderer, which has three special features. No, 2 special features? I don't know. Something like that. It inherits from this one. So this adds some features like code highlighting. But this one adds a special header, which adds this like paragraph thing on it. So if you look on the docs here, it automatically adds these link markers here so that you can grab permalinks to these headings. And it also adds a table language, which has this like mini language that I use throughout the documentation to make better tables. Partially because I just absolutely hate Markdown tables. They're just like a whole pain in the ass to deal with. So this has like R for row markers and C for column markers, and you can like wrap this line nicely and not have to like size this thing a bajillion characters wide, and you can use Markdown inside these columns. But I don't know, works well. But you're right, it is a little bit janky. But what the heck is going on here? This is not what I expect. Init.templatedir. Oh, right. Makes sense. This is locally set to templatedir. But now if we run those commands again, and pre-commit init templatedir. So this is fine. Now, whenever you clone a pre-commit enabled repo, the hooks will already be set up. Git clone, whatever, PyUpgrade, sure. Let's do that with Q. -M. It's installing the hooks. Dang it. We'll fudge the output a little bit. Ooh, I can highlight this with the pre-commit highlighter, right? I think so. The pre-commit highlighter will make this look nice. Init templatedir uses the Hey, what's up, Drawn to Code? Thank you for the follow. Uses the allow missing config option from pre-commit install, so repos without pre-commit won't crash. Won't. So repos without a config will be skipped. So how do I demo that? Let's see. We do git init sample cd sample git commit allow empty initial commits. Seems fine. Okay, it seems like good enough docs. Sure, someone will correct them and fix my typo or whatever. Add documentation for new things in 1.18. Sorry, I was just looking at the names of the people that just joined in Discord, and one of them is just a shrug. Pretty good username. Yeah, so unfortunately sometimes you have to wait a while for commits to happen because it has to install these repositories. But the next commit will be faster because it reuses all of these environments. And it's really not that long. But you can complain a little bit about it. Just double, like spot check this before I press the button. Oh, I should have put a new in here. Kind of like I did down here. Do that real quick. New in 1.18.0. Can be overridden by using this. Yeah. Let me re-review this. Oh, dang it. Too many underscores. Oh, not enough underscores. Wait a minute, what? What is double underscore? Double underscore I think is more emphasis, if I had to guess. Single underscore. Agreement color, term dumb. I moved this code from down here. Init template dir directory. seems fine. And I think I'm probably gonna call it there for today. I was gonna work on my text editor, but then I'm kind of hungry and I haven't had lunch yet, and it's been, how long have I been streaming for? Almost 5 hours, so I'd say that's a pretty good stream for today. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. If you missed any part of the stream and want to catch up on that, I will upload it later. Words. I'll upload it later to YouTube. That's youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. And all the previous episodes are up there, so you can see other stuff that I've worked on in the past, and like some cool stuff there. Like if you want to see the work I did on my text editor, I did some last week. This one's also pretty cool, where I packaged Python 3.8 as a nightly build. But anyway, there's some other cool content up there. I usually stream on Saturdays at 1 p.m., which is this slot here. Although for the last couple of weeks, I've been streaming a little bit earlier. And for the Europe people, so that they can be online when it's not the middle of the night for them. JL, you can just send me a message on Discord. That way I can see your laptop fully put together. But I also announce the streams both on Discord and on Twitter. That's twitter.com/codewithanthony. Which it's mostly just me like shitposting my projects and retweeting stuff about pre-commit and stuff like that. But I also announce the streams here, so if you want to get notified there or get notified on Discord, that would be what I would suggest. It is the middle of the night. Yikes. Yeah, I mean by now it's probably the middle of the night, but anyway, thank you all for stopping by, and I'll go find someone to raid.